It's episode 186, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We were actually a couple of minutes late because we were in the middle of a conversation just talking about cars, leases, various things. And Eric is on his 15th carton Marlboros. You'll be able to tell. When we actually let him speak in a little bit, you'll be able to tell. Trust me, you'll tell.
Oh, yeah.
So, Bobby, first, how are you this week? How's the post-Expo week treating you?
Well, the post-Expo wasn't so bad. I actually had, I got a little bit of a cold through that time, but it got really busy. I had a slow, sorry. Oh, thanks. I'll come and get it later.
Sounds good.
Anyways, so I got mail.
Oh, nice.
And, yeah, so I got a little sick. And, I had a pretty poor Sunday, realistically. But then I just threw the stuff on Facebook and I made up for my Sunday. So it was good. Everything sold. It was like crazy.
That's not bad.
But all those people who didn't go to the Expo, there you go.
Facts. Good evening, Justin. Good evening, Ham. I'm off the hook this weekend. Girlfriend's going to Disney World this weekend for the week. Live the dream, Justin. Live the dream. Good evening, Paul. Philly Joe. Good evening. Absolutely. Hope all is well. It's doing all right. Eric still got the bubonic plague, so he's pretty standard. Pretty normal for him. Jeff here. Good evening. The man does indeed have mail. Wanted to get caught up on that. But yeah, we figured we'd get started. Of course, a quick moment. I know. A quick moment of zen, a quick moment of sadness. I think I've got the clip, Eric. Unfortunately, the fish boy himself is injured. He's going to have surgery on his knee. We feel very bad about it. So I made a little tribute video. I think you'll all appreciate it. It's very heartfelt. It is right, Eric, from right here. I felt it. Did you feel it, Eric? Like that was pretty. It was moving, wasn't it? It was a lot. It was a lot. I wanted to include the Sarah McLachlan song in it, but I felt like that was too much. Plus, we would probably have gotten sued. Getting sued for Sarah McLachlan, that's a bit hurtful. I would remember that. Just saying. In the arms of an angel indeed. Defects here. TGIF, y'all. Absolutely. Orlando, good evening. Name, Hobby Goats, and Eric. Now, Eric may not be able to address you. He'll have to use sign language mostly. Like, it was actually very funny when he came on. Like, he'll talk through the course of the episode, but I think we have to be very judicious with our Eric rants. We're going to pick our spots here. We're going to pick our spots because he does sound like he smoked like 15 cartons of Marlboros. It's pretty bad. It's pretty rough. Yep. And he's going to have his odd coughing fit in here. He's hanging in there. He's hanging in there. Y'all give him a thumbs up there for hanging in there. It's just a flu game or his, slowly dying a slow death game. So there is that aspect of it. But yes. So yes, the fish boy is out. He's still on the fantasy baseball team because frankly I'm too lazy to take him out of the lineup. I don't know which day I have to do it. Like, here's the thing, Eric. At this point, I'm right at the bottom. I don't really care. So it's like whatever. I joke with him. I was like, I'll just leave him in. What difference does it make? The good news is it won't affect his WAR negatively. That's the good news. It won't be a negative on his WAR. Actually, not playing is probably the best thing for him. It's fantastic. It'll be good. See, Bobby agrees. Off in the distance, you can hear him. Absolutely. But yes, I will say, hobby-wise, it's actually been a good week. Obviously, post-Expo, I actually finished recording a little while before I came on here for this. I recorded Ship My Carts Mail Day. I got a crap ton of stuff for a lot of the PCs, so that's going to be fun. Eric, we always appreciate you showing up. Rain, sleet, or snow, as they say. Look at that. Tributes from Justin. Beautiful. Beautiful thing. So I'll just mute the Burrell here while he's off in the distance in the Garage of Knowledge doing his thing. When he comes back on, we'll bring him back. But I was going to say, it is interesting to me. Obviously, at this point, I don't think hobby-wise. So I'll speak on the Fish Boy just for a minute, and then we'll get to the Bruins. We'll get to the Bruins in a second. But Fish Boy first. The point is that I think it's interesting, though. I did get to watch Spitballing Cards and a couple of them trying to talk their way through it. It's like the problem is it's an annual tradition. The Masters is an annual tradition. The Trout injury is an annual tradition. So at this point, you pretty much have to have it baked in. So I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact on the market, I would say. I think most people at this point are kind of accepting that he's going to get hurt most of the time and lose some games. So the question is, all right, how many games? How serious is the injury? What is the nature of it? That's the only question you're having. Everything else, we have no idea. No, Ham is not a fish. Slides it across. Who suffered worse from Trout news? Angels fans, Trout collectors, or Trout flippers? Yes. The Angels fans at this point have to understand that I'm actually serious. I've said it in jest, but I actually genuinely believe this. As incompetent as Angels management is, in some ways, Trout has actually been a bit of a crutch for them. I actually think if they finally got rid of him, I think if they traded him off, they might actually be able to win a team that could win. Y'all do know that the Angels franchise has a World Series before he got there, right? The Rally Monkey? That happened. Like, that was before. So the franchise has won a World Series in the past. It feels the distant past, but I remember that World Series. I think it was against the Giants. I remember that World Series quite well. So it was, but it is kind of interesting to be like, it's the same franchise, but they clearly are incompetent. But I don't think Trout's going to make a difference one way or the other. So him playing, not playing, in reality, he's just wasting everybody's time, including his own. Yeah.
Nothing good about Trout. So.
Yeah. Good old flying fish boy. Not so good. Good evening, Sean. But yes. So I did want to touch
getting
on that
back to my week. Yeah. So it was a good week for selling some extra stuff that I had that I should have sold. It was kind of a weird show because where we were set up, we had one booth, and it was kind of, we were caught in between a bunch of other booths, and it seemed like we were overlooked at times. And we're in the third row, about, the first quadrant, close to the end of the first quad. So, anybody looks the other way, it's like, see ya.
So here's a question. So question for you. So is that a situation where you would have preferred a slightly different location?
Well, I had a different location.
Or which one would you have wanted?
Well, I had the corner, actually. And then at the 11th hour, Mr. Menzie calls me and says, Bobby, hey, I need that booth. I'll have to move you down a couple. And I said, okay, no problem. I know it's last minute stuff. And rather than kicking, screaming like a baby, I just said, nah, no problem. Made it easy for him. And we were fine where we were. I would have preferred a corner, but I mean, and because you get traffic both ways, and it really, nobody will miss you on a corner. Well, when you're one booth along the way, even I was walking around and I missed some people. And then the second round, I went, oh, shoot, that guy's okay. He's there. Sometimes you're just overwhelmed there.
I'll be honest, and I'll actually kind of adding to what you're saying, though. Speaking as someone who walked around to the expo, I've said before, I don't meticulously go row by row, booth by booth. I try my best. I've been to enough of the shows where I have a pretty good idea where a lot of the booths are that I'm looking for, and I try to catch some things along the way. I'm pretty good at it. However, even knowing where you guys were, there were a couple of times where I actually overshot your lane. Yes. So and I knew approximately where you were, generally speaking, and even knowing and having popped by several times throughout the show, sometimes I would actually overshoot it. Either to the left or the right, I'd be one lane over one way or the other, because to your point, I'm looking down the line trying to see, and sometimes it's a little hard to see.
Well, I had the vending machine out there, which kind of helped.
Yeah. The problem is most of the time I'm looking up. So we need a couple of knickknacks in the higher level that are tilted a little bit facing the lanes.
Guy two down from us, he had all those milk crates and all the bubbas, big, those beer, whatever they were. Issued in the 90s there. The kegs, the little keggers.
Oh, the kegs.
So that's a good focal point because you can actually see it from the other row. Oh, I'm there, but just down two more. So you can tell from the other row where you are. But yeah, that can happen. And that can happen at a show. And, once people go around once and maybe they missed you, they may have spent their limit at that point too. So by the time they come around again, or even if they come around again, and remember, they might go down to the other area and then turn around and shop there, and then by that time they're maybe have a bite to eat, and then just okay, I'm out.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. So let me touch on this topic here, and then there's a question for you. But let me touch on this topic briefly first. So Sean here says, thoughts on Ryan Hoge's statement on PSA grader notes. It was something that was forthcoming. I thought what's funny is I wanted to pull the clip when I originally heard. So Geoff, if you check out the Geoff Wilson show, they had a little interview with the Ryan Hoge.
There's a show,
not the Hoge, but a Hoge, out of Atlanta. Yes, believe it or not, truth story. But the point is that he talked about a couple of different things, and one of the things he talked about was adding graders notes, which is something that obviously people would like to have, and that's great. So initially, they're going to start off with it with, I think, express level and up, and then with the aspiration of adding it later. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is that I don't remember it's been in the last month or so, maybe a little bit before that, but I remember having this exact conversation, and I remember pitching the idea of if they wanted to do it, I said all they'd really have to do is just take the QR code that they already have on the app and everything, and you could probably put that information right there. You wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. You would just have to make an update to your app, add a little more information to the profile when you pull it up, basically do your little scan and boom, it's right there.
Yeah.
I think it's totally makes sense. Like it's something that you could totally do. But with that said, while a million people complained about it and said they want it, I bet you if they did research and they add it to the app, I bet if they do a study on scrolling, I bet 99.9% of people never even scroll the notes. Never even look for it. But I'm glad it's there. There's no downside to them adding that feature. I think it's good. It's a net positive to have it. If you want to see it, I would love to have it added to every card. My recommendation is don't charge any extra for it. Just include it. That's one of Beckett's million dumb things they did. I don't give a crap about subgrades, but if you're Beckett, every card should have a subgrade. There should be no other option. You got to put subgrades on every card. Do it. Having we'll charge you less for the non-subgrade. No one gives a shit. They pay less for those cards anyway. You should just charge that base price and include the subgrades. At least it would make people feel like they got something more for their money. Just give them the basic price and put the subgrades on.
Didn't the other company do that? CGS?
They basically withdrew it because they realized that most people weren't using it. They did have two versions, I think.
Yeah, I remember they had two versions.
Yeah.
Like
every time you got two versions, guess what? Most people don't want to pay extra. If you say, pay extra, no one wants to pay extra for that.
Even if it's $1. It's like,
just let it go. Just include it as part of the service and make the price reasonable. And that'll go a long way with goodwill with some folks. It'll at least give them a chance. But I'm glad they're including it. I would say just include it, make it easy to access in the app, and that's a win-win-win. Do that. So that's kind of my general thought on it. So we're being judicious here, Eric. Is there anything that you would like to add, or are you just comfortable with it's a good thing they're doing it? There's no downside to it. About time, but that's about it.
1 cough yes, 2 cough no.
Perfect. Nailed it. Beautiful. So here's a question for you, Bobby. So question for you from Paul. Best buy at the Expo and best sale.
Okay, 2 things. I spent the least I ever spent at any Expo. I spent $200 if I'm lucky.
Wow.
Now, the most I ever spent in an Expo probably about 8 or 10 grand.
Okay.
But that's going back many, many years. And since it's usually $1,000 to $2,000 generally.
I was right in your neighborhood there for your average. I think I spent $900 at the show.
Yeah, very low in the grand scheme of things. And the best sale, I guess it was $1,000 for one item that I had. Okay. And that was good. That was sort of expected. It was such a nice item that it was going to sell. It was just a matter of who. And so that was good. But I didn't find a lot. I actually found some really good things, but in the grand scheme of what I spent and what I kind of, traded them off for or sold them off for, I did really well. But there wasn't a lot at the show that intrigued me. Nothing I could document. I didn't find anything that way. And that's always what I'm looking for. I'm looking to buy the information of what I get, an ad or something like that. But this time it was, it wasn't, it was, the spring show has always seemed a bit lighter, but this one seemed a little especially lighter than before with regards to the amount of dealers. And, I'm talking either vintage or new. The vintage had lessened a little bit, but I think a lot of people are saving themselves for the fall show, it seems. Because if you compare to last show, this show had maybe at least a third less. If we had the numbers, I'm pretty sure. Because the last show, remember, it was like wall to wall. You couldn't, on the Friday or Saturday, you couldn't move. But I found the Saturday to be busy.
So I have to see. I think Menzie put out there that they had done pretty well with it, but I think we should ask him directly. Let's see if we can get a kind of a verification on that. Because one of the problems is the way they made an adjustment to the other hall, and the way they did it, you could actually enter the other hall as well. So it's one of those things where you can be in the main hall, but not have any visibility whatsoever to what's going on over there. And they can have their own thing going on and be doing all right. And then you add up the two and it actually works out fine. So it's just a matter of how they, I guess it turns out, tickets sold, how many actual, people did they get through the gate, especially for some of the autograph guests, how many did you get? And that's one metric versus the other. And that's kind of how you measure that.
Yeah.
Justin says I might be showing up in the fall if my employer fires me, then I'm in for sure.
Right on.
Optimism reigns supreme. CC says, good evening, gents. Sorry to hear that you're still not 100%. Hope you feel better soon, Eric. There you go. CC's giving you some support. There you go, Eric. I know only one Hoj in the hobby. Who's this Ryan guy? President of PSA?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yes. So this was question number 2. Beckett 9.5 or PSA 10, are they the same? In theory, but in practice, nobody else. In theory, nobody else is.
No.
Nobody else treats it like that. The problem is your subgrades create this scenario where you can have a weak 9.5. For PSA, whether you like it or not, a 10 is a 10 is a 10. Yep. There's 110. The number just says 10. There can be a nicer or a weaker 10 versus great centering or whatever. But a Beckett 9.5 can have that, but then you can actually see it on the subgrades. You can literally see it's a weaker 9.5. And Beckett also has a 10.
Do you remember when PWCC would put the best of in the top tier or whatever?
The sticker. Yep.
So could they do that with a 10?
Of course.
Interesting.
You could. Well, because like I said,
10 is like top tier, is like the minimum.
But the problem is, Bobby, that a PSA 10 does not have to be 50-50 centered.
Understood.
That's the key. But you can have one that is 50-50 centered. One that is perfectly centered and no absolutely flawless.
They can't be too far off.
Yeah.
It should 5% margin.
But there is some room. Yeah. See, Eric is giving a visual demonstration. That's the kind of centering that Eric is involved in.
Yeah.
He's well centered.
9.5, I think.
Yeah. But the problem is that with, like, say, Beckett, they have a 10 and then they have a black label 10. So even in Beckett 10, where they have the 9.5 as well, you can have one that's a 10 and then there's just one little thing missing, oftentimes centering. But then as soon as you nail the perfect centering, you get the black label.
Yeah.
So you have 10 and 10 plus.
Yeah. A 10 and a Hey Mabel.
Yep. Kind of is weird right now. Fall tells the truth. We'll see. I honestly, like I said, I haven't had too much issue in terms of it. But again, everybody's doing their own thing and everybody's taking their own approach. Like I said, I did a 23-minute video on pickups that I did recently, eBay stuff, and I had a stack of stuff. I've added some nice pieces for the collection. It's been a good time for me, but to each their own. Your mileage may vary.
Traditionally, in downturn economies and what have you, the hobby usually does well. People are trying to fit in some sort of pleasure source, and usually within a hobby, buying a card or getting a few things delivered on the cheap makes people feel better, and they kind of supplement that, and that's what happened in the downturn of a regular economy, not the hobby economy.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, look, I took advantage of this. Like just before the live stream, there was a bread that I went and did hit watch on, and over the course of a day and a half, I don't know what's up with this seller. It made me laugh because the card was interesting. I was like, okay, whatever. The card originally was $250, but it was one of those buy it now best offers. And I go, that's too high for that. But I'll put a watch on it and we'll see if they make an offer or something down the road later. Whatever. That was like a day and a half ago. Over the course of a day and a half, I've seen them make multiple offers of different price points. They're literally bidding against themselves. It started off as $250. And then all of a sudden it's like $250. Now you can have it for $199. And I'm like, And then like earlier today, $189. And I'm like, And it's been like a day and a half. And I'm sitting there like, and then earlier today,
they're trying to find your number.
But here's the thing: I haven't done anything. I literally hit watch. All I did was watch. And then literally, Bobby, maybe an hour and a half before the stream, I get another one that it's like, now $139.99, and I'm sitting there, like $139, and it's out of 10. It's a playing days autograph. I like those. I'm a fan. And I was literally, so I said, okay, I had put it on watch because I was going to do a little research on it later. But at this price point, let me take a minute and take a closer look. And for that year, that set, they had an insert. And then this is the autograph variant, which is numbered to 10. That is all correct. So no issues there. And I'm sitting there like, SPX is a good brand. Playing days, autograph out of 10. So I just went off 130 flat. Accepted. Okay, then.
You might
have started at 250. I started. I there was one competing offer, and I figured they would lowball. And I go, look, I'll do 130 flat. 130 flat, and deal's done. Cash money, I'll pay you, no problem. So I was like, But good. Some people clearly, Bobby, want to. They're like, I need this. Okay, all right, my dude. That's
well.
Fine.
You have to watch. That offer is automatically generated, and it goes to any watcher. So if you have 5 watchers, somebody's still going to wait it out. Eventually, someone's going to bite, right? And then
for sure.
Oh, I would have bought it for that.
The fact it moves so fast in such a short period of time made me laugh, and I was just sitting there like, all right, you seem a little desperate, but it's like this price. At this price, I'm okay with it. At this price, I'm fine. I'll accept those terms. CC says, just my impression, but Friday and Sunday seem lighter than past spring expos. Could be. By the way, you should come by and say hello. You know, if you're around, especially Sunday was a good day for chatting. I was actually chatting with some folks on Sunday. It was a really good day for that. Philly Joe, was attendance impacted by post-Bedard hangover? I don't know. I will say, and it was something that I did mention on, I want to say on the AMG. I will say that the Bedard thing, I don't think wasn't as impactful as the fact that the box prices had not adjusted.
No.
I think the amount of people people were coming in thinking, all right, you know, Upper Deck's going to be there. There's the Upper Deck pack redemption and all that stuff. They're like, hey, I'll get a couple of boxes and take advantage of the pack, because the pack redemption is a nice value add. It's a nice opportunity to get some extra cards for your money.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But some of the dealers are still asking for $400 for the Upper Deck Series 2. And I'm like, no, like that's a no. The Bedard, there's now enough of them in the system that you can pull a Bedard, which is a good pull, but you don't even make your box price back. And as soon as that happens, that you make a decent pull and you can't get your box price, that box price needs to come down. But they have some of these dealers are not adjusting, and it's like, well, that means your box is going to sit on the table. It's not moving, not at that price point.
Dealers don't like to lose money.
Yep,
that's a big key. And and sometimes it's just like, okay, dump and get out and move on to something else, because otherwise that's going to bother you for so long. I just bought it. How can it go down that much?
Yep. But I think that impacted a lot of things, because it meant that less of the boxes were getting broken, and it meant that not more of them, because the AMG folks felt like they were a little surprised that they weren't being offered as many Bedards as they would have expected. And I think it's a situation where I think not enough people were opening the boxes relative to what you would have expected for an expo, especially with a pack redemption option available to you. But the boxes were still too expensive. And because the prices didn't adjust, you were stuck.
Yeah, it's actually a very expensive box if you consider, if you don't get a Bedard, what's in there.
Yep,
it's 10%.
Yeah, you basically you're getting air. So the problem is there's too much air.
Yeah, it's a gambling thing. It's sort of like, you know, I know I'm going to lose if I go number 33 on the roulette. I know it, because there's all these other numbers, but I'm going to do it anyways. Good for you.
Facts. Average Joe Card Collector, good evening. Eric is nowhere near pretty enough to be on screen and not speak. However, is better than the alternative. Support, Eric. Do you feel the support? Do you feel the love? I feel it.
You should get one of those boxes you could talk through or something.
Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. I've noticed how quiet he is. He's sick, both physically and mentally.
And emotionally.
Facts.
That's always, though.
Get it in you. Go ahead.
Shut up, Josh.
There you go.
That's 15 cartons of Marlboros talking.
That sounds like an old man get off my lawn kind of thing.
It actually, you know, Eric, maybe you should retain that sound. Like it suits you. Paul here says, it amazes me how much business breakers.
You can record that.
Maybe we will. Paul says, it amazes me how much business breakers get to open wax when the same wax sits on shelves if it's bought with the intent of one guy opening it up. Yep. Because as soon as you break it up into like teams or pieces or whatever, the individual will take a chance, because then they're not having to pony up the full box price. But that allows the breaker then to go and get cases and move volume. Like I contrast that. The AMG guys, and since I mentioned them again here, we'll quickly do it. AMG Collectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We thank them for supporting the live stream and the podcast. Always appreciate. Scrolling ticker at the bottom. I'll get back to that in a second. But anyway, the point is that because the breakers are able to break it up into those pieces, they have one avenue. But the AMG folks, when they were doing their thing, they brought boxes that were not moving in the store. So it was the opposite. Their goal is, let's get rid of this wax. So therefore, they were pricing the wax to move. And because of that, guess what? People were buying it. So the same thing was it slower than some of them? Maybe for some dealers. I knew some dealers who did tremendously well, who had no problems. It depended on what you had. It depended on what the price points were, and it depended on who was looking for certain things. Some people were running museums, but some people always run museums. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what they do. They're always running a museum. So, you know, good, bad. The economy could be booming and they're still running a museum. So like, what difference?
I think that's what I ran into. Is I was trying to shop museums. Like some guys had prices. You know, I make all the prices, right, of all the display boxes and everything else. And I'm walking up to them going, how much you got on that? $525. Okay, not the 225 I put in my book, but 525, and it's got writing on it too. Wow. It's just, do you really want to sell something? Like, honestly, it was just, it was tough. There was a lot of good display boxes there, and I like picking them up because they're fun for trades, and I like to fix them up, and I make them look a little bit better than they are. And these guys are stubborn, and I'm going, you're not going to sell any of those because no one's going to buy them at 5 1/4. And when we left on the Sunday, he had the same stack of 5 boxes there. I just said, why would you bring them? Where are you getting your prices? Surely not on the app.
Ooh, look at you.
I said, surely not.
Surely not.
But I think he's better as when he doesn't speak because his emotional voices.
I feel like this is a great opportunity for him to learn American Sign Language, or he could become a mime. Sensational.
Marcel, yeah.
Ooh, man, it's getting very exciting. Like, this could be pretty good, man. I don't know. Like, I have ideas. I have great ideas. So real quick, I'll read Trout's question
too. You know.
But I'll give a couple of quick stories here from Expo as well. They kind of play into what Bobby's saying, though. They play into it. So let me read the question first, and I'll get into it. So last one, I think PSA upcharges. For example, you submit value bulk, and their card comes in back, say 2K. PSA charges an upcharge. So since they charge more, do you get a faster return? So this is an excellent question. This is a Brad question. I remember having a conversation about this, how they actually treated that and how it adjusted what was going on. I don't remember, though. I don't want to quote you bad info. So let me take that back with me, and I'll ask, and I'll get Brad to give a proper answer. But thank you for the question. Justice, I'll feel better. I was unaware. All good. Head to AMG tomorrow, as you should. Well, actually, if you do head to AMG, you can ask them because they got the office right there. So you're going to get an answer right from the source because they've got the kiosk there. This PSA Canada. Well, PSA Canada is now PSA. So you ask them, that is the PSA answer. You're going to get the response based on what PSA is actually going to do. So if you are there, ask the question. Feel free to do it. Justin says AMG, need to check it out. You should. So let's see here. Saw a clip of the local MA news segment on CBS about guys crying foul on Brady autos. Yes. Probably the guys that Eric knows. I think at least one of them for sure. Hope Eric can get those guys to do the show. Yeah, it's always a chance. We'll see if he can put that in the packs of Marlboros and speak like a normal human. We'll see. You think Americans are tough? Try talking to a few Canadians. Get them in the mood, man. You get them in the mood. They try to run it at the rate you send it in, charge you the upcharge. At least that's how it worked for me. Yes, but it is a case by case though. It depends. So I want to make sure I check in with what they've been doing now. But it wouldn't surprise me if they just did whatever level you put in. That's a different conversation. Good evening, Garrett. Absolutely. I spoke probably to your favorite one, to your favorite Canadian. I spent a little time chatting with Mike, so it was a good conversation. We had some fun. Now, I'll share with you 2 stories. So one of them actually plays into exactly what Bobby was talking about. And that was on one of the cards I picked up. So like I said, for me, this Expo, I spent a decent amount of the budget I brought, but that's only because I saw certain cards that made sense for that. So it was great. And that's what I was hoping for. Like I wasn't there to buy $5, $10 cards that I can buy on eBay at any time. I was there to be like, show me something that's a little more interesting. And to be honest, to be blunt, I spent $500 on eBay in between days of the show, and I got that card in.
Your money that you spent at the show? No,
no, that was separate. So $900 covered a lot of things. Yannick got a piece of that for the McCovey, so I bought a McCovey from him, and I was able to find a handful of nice cards that do fit nicely in the collection, so that was good. No issue there. But for the most part, it was tricky. It was slim pickings, not because there was nothing there, but it was. I want to find stuff that is interesting, that's a little tougher to come by, and that was priced correctly. And the last one is the key piece, priced correctly. But one of the dealers did one of my pet peeves, one of the things that I really don't like. And that is, I was able to get the card, so that was part of it. So that was good. And that was this one. So this one here is Ink Sweaters. It's out of 10. So it's a nice patch autograph there. Cool. But so he had it on the table. And like I said, it was tough finding things. But I walked by the booth. And at this point, I'm pretty good at scanning the tables pretty well. I'm pretty good at scanning the showcases and finding, the few Medanos that are scattered. I do find them pretty well. I came across it and I saw it on the table. I was like, okay, great. It has no price on it. So immediately I'm thrilled. And by that, I mean, I'm not thrilled because it's like, give me a starting point. Like, I want to know, like, where are you? Like, because an out of 10 is a tougher card to price because there's only so many that are going to get listed. They don't get listed all the time. And this is not a new product. This is, I think, 06.
Probably,
so now this is, so it's like a 15, 16-year-old product. And like, there's not a lot of prices that I can pull from.
How many comps are on that? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot. So anyway, so I go and I see it and I wave the dealer down and I say, hey, can I take a look at it? First, I want to take a look at it. First, see it for myself, see how it looks. Looks fine. Looks happy. I'd be interested in making a deal on it. Okay, great. And then I go, okay, so what do you want? What do you want to do on it? And he's like, oh, make me an offer. And I'm like,
Oh, you got to price it too and buy it? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's the actual worst. I'm sitting there like rolling my eyes. It is, but it's one of those things where like, this isn't the first time I've done this. So I'm like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to find is the best comp that I can find on it. And I'm going way, way, way into the low end of the scale, because the truth is I'm not doing your work for you. I'm going to go low because you have created the scenario. And the thing is, I know you have a price in mind. So so first thing I did is I looked at what, generally speaking, what I expect to pay for one of those. I had the idea in my head. So I'll give you the kind of the mental gymnastics that I'm doing with it. I know that that's going to wind up probably fair, if everything goes proper, probably somewhere in the 200, 220 range, give or take. That's what I would expect. If I was buying it on eBay with shipping and all the shit, that's about what I would expect to pay out this. That's what I expect. So I say 150. And then guys, oh, I'm thinking like 250. Oh, so you do have a number in mind.
That's pretty fast.
Funny what happens that all of a sudden you could have put a sticker on there that said 250, you jackass. Like, it's not that hard.
I love when they don't know a price and you go to offer and then
they got an answer right away.
It's like just the expression is just like, no, I can't. No, it's like, you knew that. Mm-hmm. You asked it, you get it.
Yeah. So what I always laugh though, because whenever you watch the vlogs, it's like this protracted, negotiation. This was not a difficult negotiation. I said 150 because I thought about it for a moment, took a moment to take a look, see what I could find. Not a lot, but I did my best to find something. I said 150. Guy came back. Oh, I'm thinking more like 250. And I go, all right, 200. So he's like, we wound up at 220, which is right about where I expected that we would wind up. That's right about what I expected. And in the end, like, whatever. All right, fine. I'll take the damn card. We're good. But it was stupid. Like, the whole thing took like 2 minutes, and it could have taken 30 seconds if you just started with the damn price tag on it.
Yep. I had a good,
like, it's a waste of time. It
was really funny. I went to this, walking by this one guy's booth. A lot of people know me, but I don't know them. They have a little bit of vintage, a little bit of new. So I was looking at these, there's these little hockey sticks. They have the team names, original 6. And actually it was, a little mini hockey stick, but what they used, they put candy on the top of it. So kids used to, eat the candy, and then there was a blade in the shaft, and then kid could play with it. So it was a dual kind of an item. So they're very difficult to find. And a lot of people really like them because they have the team name, so they want their teams and stuff like that. They come in a variety of colors. 1957, I've determined them to be. Any which way. So I pick it up, and I'm getting messages galore. I pick it up, and oh, fudge. Are you kidding? Who's this? Because this thing drops down every time. Oh. Anyways.
Bobby's a popular man. Just so much popularity. It's craziness.
It keeps vibrating. This guy's liking every photo that I have in my freaking Instagram.
This is why I don't have notifications turned on. No notifications.
This guy's liking every photo. Brendan Ryan, 74, liked your photo. This is 20 times now. It keeps going.
Yeah.
So
when we know Brendan. He's been around.
Photo and liking it.
Yeah. I'll read a couple of comments while you're doing it. So Black Box here, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Black Box, I think you were the one who came up with the song. I could be mistaken. If I get a chance, I'll play that a little bit. But there was a song. I believe it was you, but correct me if I'm wrong on that. So here it says, heard Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't siding with the NFLPA's leverage to rework an existing Fanatics deal. Thoughts? I think good for Marvin Harrison Jr. I understand why he's doing it. He didn't like the terms of the deal at the time. And like the player only gets a handful of chances to negotiate that portion of it. I get the notion. I think people forget that the players don't owe the hobby anything. The player's job is to play. The hobby and the rest of it, maybe they were kids and they collected cards. That's cool. But they don't owe anybody
rarely
anything.
Jive together.
Yeah. But even if they do, let's say they do, for the sake of argument,
cards, it goes,
to be blunt, it would be a pain in the ass to sign things all the time, especially if you're just, oh, but I need you to sign like 5,000 of these. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. No. So I suspect they'll get something done. Yeah, but I suspect they'll get something done. But I think he's within his rights if he would like to hold back and come to a deal, basically be like, because my understanding, and I could be mistaken, what I heard was that Fanatics was trying to retroactively get him to sign a deal. Because what happens is when they're in college, they get a deal where the first couple of years are based on a certain rate, given that they're in college, and then the first couple of years of the pros are a little bit increased. From what I heard, Fanatics is since he didn't sign in college, they're trying to get him to take a deal that the first couple of years as a pro are what he would have made if he had signed it in college. So it's actually on the downside of the price. So they're trying to basically have their cake and eat it too. And I'm like, if that's the deal that I was being offered, I'm like, screw you. No thanks.
So with Instagram, if somebody likes a lot of my photos, does that promote me more in the algorithm? Because
it promotes each one of those individual posts, and I think it helps your account get a little bit more.
A month there.
Yeah.
And I get all these likes from this one guy. Now I'm getting other likes from other people. So it must promote the algorithm.
It does. No, that's what I mean. The individual posts are going to get pushed up on the algorithm a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. It does help. It's not a bad thing.
No, but during the show, of course, I keep dropping down. I'm losing.
Well, that's because you got notifications turned on, Bobby. I can't help you there.
Well, remember, I'm on my iPhone, so it's actually covering 1/3 of my iPhone every time it drops down.
Yeah.
Anyways, getting back to my story. So the guy has that item there. He has like $60 on 4 of them. I look at them, I grab them, and then he goes, "Hey, Bobby, I brought some different stuff this time and what have you." He says, "Want to come around the side there?" And I'm slightly rotund, trying to get down his 1 foot little alley for like a private talk. It's like, all right, okay. So he kind of throws it back and says, "Just give me $30." I said, "Oh, okay. What's to follow here? What's going on?" He goes, "Well, where do you see the hobby going?" And I said, "Have you got the app?" And I said, he goes, no. He goes, I'm old school. I don't do technology and stuff like that. And I said, "Well, the hobby's going nowhere." I said, "The problem with you and the likes of others is you're picking up all this other stuff, but you don't even know what it is. So if you don't know what it is, how do you describe that to your customers what it is? No education here gives no education there. Going forward," I said, these sticks are issued in 1957. They're by Bertherville, a province of county out of Quebec. And they did the special candies and what have you. And if you realize the price of what they are, you gave them away to me." And then he says, "Well, maybe I best look into that." But, people are trying different things. They want to expand because it's very competitive in the card industry. It's hard to buy cards when everybody's buying cards off of each other. So, he had some wax packs and he had some other knickknacks and, trinkets and what have you. And it's like, all that stuff is there. There's some gold in the things that he has, but he doesn't know what they are and he doesn't want to invest the time in it. And then the other big thing is like, "Hey, you got your book?" It's like, "I got an app." Like, it's just, they'll eventually get it anyways. It's just a matter of time. And I'm not worried about that. So anyways, that was an interesting conversation because it's going nowhere if you don't want to invest the time. It's sort of like you go to your doctor. "Yeah, I graduated 10 years ago. I haven't read a book since, but I'll check you out." Oh, no. Anyways.
It is true.
That's my rant.
I was going to say. Trout says, "So has anyone seen the price of Series 2 drop yet?" Not much. I think some of the local dealers are starting to tweak it a little bit, but it's not, it should be going faster given where the pricing is on the nice stuff can still command good money, but the Bedard Young Guns have adjusted down in price accordingly, which is what should happen. We're getting close to like 2,000 PSA 10s. So supply is rapidly already reached demand and now is oversaturating. So the pricing is adjusted down accordingly, which is what's supposed to happen. But the boxes are not catching up. They're not keeping up with the deflation of the price in this case. And has the Gold Bedard been found yet? Not that we're aware of. I actually, from what I understand, the bounty's still on. So nobody said anything. Well, what happens is the last time though that a bounty hit, because like I said, when we talk about the bounty, David Adams has done a bunch of these bounties and they paid out a bunch of these bounties. So every single time, so every single time they've done one, they tell everybody, "Hey, it's pending." They'll say, or even if it's just somebody says they have it and they're verifying, they'll let people know, "Hey, someone has reached out and said they have it. We're verifying," or whatever.
Next bounty, when they first release it, I think I got it. Stop the box production sales right there.
Stop it right there. Yeah.
Sorry.
So not that we're aware of. Nothing has happened so far. So far. Crooked is a question mark. There you go. Look at you. Look at you. But yes. So that was one. So that was one that came to mind since you brought up that story about the pricing thing. I say that, but put prices on your stuff. Like it's unacceptable. It's stupid to play. In the end, we got a deal done, but like they made it difficult when it can be so easy. Like when it comes to negotiating, I'm really easy because I already know more or less what I'm willing to pay on the item. I have a pretty good idea. And when you have somebody who knows what they want on the item, you have somebody else who knows what they're willing to pay. As long as the two numbers are not completely out of whack with each other. If they're out of whack, you're not going to get a deal done. But if you're in the same ballpark, if you're in the same vicinity, there's a reasonable chance that you can get a deal done. But just get on with it. I hate wasting my time. I don't care for wasting my time on it.
I think it's half the guys like the game behind it. And I don't mind a little of the game, but the game gets a little bit crazy at a certain point. It's just like, oh, here we go. It's like, I didn't even ask this guy for a deal. He's just give me 30. It's like, that's 60. And he doesn't even know what the freak it is. So that's why he sort of gave it up to me. So it's sort of like, I'm sitting there so I sold 3 of them for $25 US each. And then I sold another one for 35 Canadian. So I'm sitting there going, it's like they give you money. It's here you go. Thanks. See you, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's a fun thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the good part of the show. That's the fun I had.
That part's fair. That's fair.
It was. I
Sean
can
says,
tell you
I
a
heard
few
that
things
E-Pack
that weren't fun, but we'll talk about those soon.
We'll get to that. Sean says, I heard that E-Pack is the way to go for Series 2 since it's coming straight from UD. They'll probably keep the same price as Series 1 case. No, but you know why? I'll actually say why. I could just say no and that'd be it. But no, I will say why. They price the E-Pack not to compete with the physical box sales. So if the prices have not reached this level, it will be higher. Yeah. So whatever the retail sale is, there's a good chance that E-Pack will actually be higher than what you're seeing out there in the streets. So it's 400 Canadian in the streets for whatever reason. Again, I think it should be lower already. I think it should have already passed lower, gone down. But if for whatever reason it's not, and people just refuse to move off that price, then E-Pack is going to be 405 or equivalent. They will not undercut their own dealers for it. They specifically, to their detriment. AEW Series 1 2021 to this very day is like $13 a pack on E-Pack. That's unjustifiable. Like there's nobody wants to pay $13 a pack for that at all. But I've literally bought boxes of it for $50, but it's $13 a pack on E-Pack. Why? Because they won't undercut their dealers. And once they've established that price, like basically it has to be sold out everywhere. They have to be on their last things to even drop the price. So it's not, E-Pack is not competing with the dealers. They're not trying to give you a deal. And it's like I said, it's an ecosystem, right? So they imagine if E-Pack was like half the price of what retail is going for. Everybody be like, buy, buy, especially since a bunch of the good cars are getting pulled on E-Pack.
You got it, right? At least that happened to somebody,
Yeah. So, so they will never undercut whatever the retail is, whatever the price is going by that time. If the prices drop to that point, then sure. But if the price is still higher than that, they're not going lower. That part I can be sure of. I don't even need to be there. I just know that from experience and what has happened in the past and what they've said. They said they will not undercut. That's the policy. So just bear that in mind. It's kind of important. All good so far, Eric? We're good?
We're good.
Thrilled. Beautiful. All right, Bobby, can we make fun of the Bruins for a minute? Can we have a little fun doing that?
It's a never-ending minute on this show tonight.
Well, yes, I understand, but we let's have a couple of minutes here. You know, we'll come back to it. All but right. for now, we'll have it. So we all agree, just to be clear, the Leafs suck, but the Bruins are letting them win. And by that I mean they got to Game 7. When I watched that game kind of here at the house. And Bobby, all I gotta say is, look, I want to make this clear. Here's my caveat. I'm not a Leafs fan. Once I listened to sports radio when I was a kid, listening to the Leafs fans talking, I'm like, these people are morons. Even as a kid, I'm like, these guys are idiots. I want no part of this. I want no association to any of this stuff. So I stayed away. So I was like, nope. But nonetheless, do I enjoy when they get eliminated? Does it amuse me? It does. However, Eric's suffering at the Boston Bruins. Look, Lapper and I had this debate, and I go, no, my enjoyment of Eric's suffering supersedes the general Leaf Nation. Leaf Nation, I will back this. Look, I am here to support you in this because, and we were chatting about that before we went live, because if the Bruins win Game 7, which is completely plausible, totally plausible, and it's happened the last several Game 7s they've had, the Leafs have not beaten the Boston Bruins in a playoff series since 1959.
Yeah.
So, like, it's pretty much standard operating procedure that the Bruins will win. That's pretty much standard. That is completely normal. In fact, most Leaf fans won't even bat an eye. It's happened so many times. It won't even rank on like their worst defeats.
We'll cry for a minute and then move on.
Yeah, like they'll move on and nothing.
What's going on in the Jays game? Okay.
But if Boston loses, this is after they lost last year, after a record-breaking season, and this is true, they have lost 6 consecutive elimination games in playoffs where they could have eliminated the other team. This goes back to the Florida Panther series where they lost all the elimination games they could have had there, and the last game of the Carolina series a couple of years ago, they lost that, and they lost Game 5, and they lost Game 6.
It's a lot of ands.
Yeah, there's a lot of ands. So the thing is that it's actually way worse for Boston to lose this because the amount of jokes. I already have the Hindenburg like ending from last year, and then we tack on this
year set coming out.
Yeah, like this is not even a Hindenburg like ending. This is like Mount St. Helena erupting. This is like the ancient volcano eruptions, the Pompeii. Got this, like it's bad.
Yeah, it's taken back from that time period. A curse. Maybe that 50 card issue was a curse.
Imagine the Centennial Boston Bruins set. Like imagine not fully respecting the SP signature legendness of Hal fucking Gill. Imagine this is like whistling and spitting upon the Indian burial ground is what the Boston Bruins fans have done. This is all terribly tragic.
I heard that
international borders is picking up what I'm putting down.
For Game 7, I think.
Love and Carlos Schadenfreude. That is correct.
They're hiring Hal Gill for one game to play for the Leafs.
Listen, if Hal fucking Gill is there, Hal fucking Gill will tip the scales of this series.
He will. That's what I mean.
He's an SP signature legend for a reason.
Lord knows we need a tall defenseman who can't skate. And
man,
we're there. He can't laugh because he's going to.
Bobby, hold on. Yeah.
Yes.
Hal fucking Gill.
Just for example's sake.
Hashtag fucking GOAT. All right. Damn right.
And he's in the same box against Reggie Lemon.
CC says Eric can't lose. He's both a Leaf fan and Bruins fan. He dressed up both team swag. This is true.
Yes.
These are facts. Yeah. Yep. I also appreciate the appreciation of Schadenfreude. It's important. Jeff here says no team has ever lost back-to-back seasons having a 3-1 series lead. More history.
I think the Leafs have done that a few times.
So much history. Here you go. Seriously, Eric. I feel your pain. Bruins fan here. There you go. International Borders is supporting you. Offering support.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go. Same box as Rick Nash, Bruins legend. Facts. There's so many Bruins legends. The problem is they keep talking about these losers, these geeks, the Booby Orrs, the Ray Borks, Milt Schmitz. Trash. We're talking about Hal fucking Gill.
Yeah.
We're talking about the legends. We're talking about Rick Nash. We're talking about maybe the greatest, the greatest Boston Bruins of all time, who's not Hal fucking Gill. Hal fucking Gill is on another level. However, the greatest Boston Bruin of all time, Joe Thornton.
Yep. We could even go to Eddie Shore.
Woo.
That abusive, horrible man who took what's his name's eye out almost.
Curse of the Great Booby Orr.
Yes.
Professor Oak. Good evening, Professor Oak. Do you guys think it's crazy how much Pokemon PSA is grading currently? Who the heck is buying it all? Eric.
There's a whole bunch of kids. Eric. It's just unbelievable. Go to the CSC shows. You'll see how big Pokemon is. And they're all grading it. It's all kids.
Bobby, look, the problem is they're not grading the right stuff. They're not grading the right stuff. They're not grading the cheese string-em-on.
That's it.
Come on, y'all. We got shiny cheese string-em-on. Let's go. And we also got the OG cheese string-em-on. Bam.
There you go.
Wally Weightlifter. The man. I was doing some sorting in the office today, and I found these. I was like, yes, we're bringing back Wally Weightlifter.
It's a kid's game.
Can I comment?
You may now comment, yes.
Turn up your volume, people.
I said the Bruins would go 7 games, win in 7.
And you did say win in 7, yes.
And get swept in the next round.
So far, safe bet.
So far, everything is going to plan. However, I never would have expected the Boston Bruins to play this horribly. They had 1 shot in the first period yesterday.
They did.
1.
This is true.
They have played so flat and so horrible these last 2 games specifically. When you compare them to game 2, which was one of the best Bruins games I have seen in a long time. And I cannot believe that they've put themselves back in this situation that on back-to-back potential series ending games, they have played that bad. I've said that they've played like dog shit since the All-Star break. And all they're doing is continuing to prove everything I've said about them for the last last few months has been accurate. They're a huge disappointment.
The one thing that surprises me really, and on a truthful note, is the inconsistency of play. You see the Leafs, they're just going crazy. And all of a sudden, next game, it just turns. It's like, where'd you guys go? It's like, it's dramatic. And it's not, hockey's about consistency, and it's just one of those things you just can't put your hand on. Like, the Leafs played the most amazing second period, because I tuned in second period because I get stressed out. I yell too much. I tell them what to do and what they should be doing. But anyways, and that's what my wife says. So
Bobby, I will say though, credit to you. So I'm being serious. So we're being 5% more serious for a moment.
Okay, sure.
Credit to you for still at this stage, still having enough passion to care to yell at them, which is good. That's not a bad thing. It means you still care. Because with a team like that, it can create though a point of apathy. Like there are folks in there who like to complain about it, but at the end of the day, they no longer care. Like they just kind of like it's almost for show. If you still care enough to yell at the team, then there's at least care to that degree. And I think that's admirable.
Yeah. Well, my wife doesn't think so. So because I'm telling her every play what they should do and what they just did there. And I broke that. Like I could be the play-by-play. It's just like, look what they did wrong. Look what they did. Okay, they got a good shot there. I would give them props when they did. And then my wife said, okay, I was all right, no problem. So we did watch the second period, and it was really good. And then the third period, I don't know where they went. I honestly don't. And Boston, as much as they came in, they just weren't. I don't know. They just couldn't do it. But Wall was playing very good goaltending. So the shots
Wall's playing well. Wall's playing well, I will say.
Yeah, he was really good. Yeah. So it was a weird game anyway. So like I said, I didn't see the first, but I saw the second and third, and and then the Leafs giving up at the end, and then they just scored in that last half a second, whatever. And I'm just sitting there going, "What are you letting them do this for?" It's almost like they gave up and said, "Yeah, you can score."
What was funny is they actually had a chance because I correct me if I'm wrong. I think Nylander scored both goals, and they had a chance there with the empty net. Nylander actually, he took a couple of swipes, but they had a couple of times where he's like, guys, just shoot it at the net. Like there's a couple of you who had the puck who just shoot at the net, put in the empty netter and seal it, completely close the door and, be done with it. They were getting a little cute there because Boston is desperate. Boston is trying to score a goal. They need to score a goal to give themselves a chance. But if you get a little lackadaisical at the end, at the end of the day, half a second is not going to matter because as soon as you did the draw, I was done. 2-1, you win. Whatever. 2-1, 2-0, it makes no difference. But I thought it was a very interesting kind of the way. It was like, well, if you played desperate like that the whole game, you probably would have won. That's just how it is. So it's just something to bear in mind at this point. Now it's game 7. Well, now both of you face elimination. But I will say, in all seriousness, and also I want to acknowledge Charity. Good evening. Giving a little support to Eric, so we appreciate you. Thank you, Charity. And also congrats to Yannick. Congrats to Yannick for posting. I will share the Instagram post. He did share one of his other pickups.
Charity, could you tell that big dumb bearded jerk that I got more mail? and then I'm not the United States Post Office.
But yeah, you are.
I am not the United States Post Office.
You do look like a postmaster, though.
He does kind of look like one.
And he has the voice for it. You got to put
the
damn stamps on that thing, kid.
That's right. After he has his 15th pack of Marlboros.
Yes.
It's been a hard life being the Postmaster General.
Someone has to be.
I'm not the post office.
We don't have that here, do we?
That's not what your subheading says.
Oh, that's not what Yannick says.
It's unfortunate. It's terrible.
Where is Yannick right now?
Yeah, I know.
He's probably buying more shit and sending it to my house.
Yes.
No doubt.
As he should. Listen, Bobby, I don't even want to send any shit to Eric's house. Maybe I will, just on principle. I will send shit to his house. Maybe I'll send him all the Joe Thorntons he can live with. All the Joe Thorntons.
Between Yannick and Brad, my mailman is so mad at me, he won't even talk to me anymore.
Yeah, that's the reason why. Totally, that's the reason why.
Pretty much, yeah.
So Austin Matthews being out is probably better for the Leafs playing. I was actually going to make that point real quick as well. It is also good for the Leafs as a result of the. What's funny right now is the game that people are playing, where people are going like, "Oh man, Austin Matthews should be playing." It's like, and this is hockey. Somebody could have a severed leg and there'd be like lower body injury. Whenever they give you some kind of an injury or an illness or whatever, it's being underplayed, whatever it is. Yes. There is something wrong with Austin Matthews. I don't know what it is, but there's some issue because he has played with injuries before.
Because he's had injuries with his wrist.
Yeah.
So if they report that and saying his wrist again,
he's a target
towards the end of the season, looking towards the next season, he might be up on the chopping block to be traded. I always wanted to trade him anyways. I thought we could use a couple Hal Gills on defense or something, for him. So, or something like that. I would have taken him. Anyways, but yeah, a guy when he's played early with problems and issues, it's not a good sign.
I agree. So the thing is, when a lot of these players during the playoffs will play with a myriad of injuries. We know this. So if a player is out and the team is saying something that sounds completely innocuous, they're like, well, you could totally play through that. That's not what it is. No. I don't know what it is, but we know it's not. If they say, oh, he's out with the flu, no player has taken a game off in a playoff series for the flu. They basically like he's got the bubonic plague and he's like on fluids to avoid death or something is going on. Something weird is happening.
Ebola or something. Yeah.
But I will say that it is credit to the team was able to nonetheless rally, considering how much they struggled earlier in the series. Like Boston pretty much should have finished them in game 5. That they were dead to rights. Everybody was like, they were ready to point at everybody. Like we're done. And then they've managed to hang in there. So
I did notice the Boston goalie, I forget his name. It was a funny name. What's his name again?
Swayman or the other guy?
Who?
Swayman? Jeremy Swayman?
Yeah, Swayman. How big he is in that net. It's just like, and he's not a big guy outside of the arena. He's like, and his pads are massive. It's like when he goes down, it's like you've got very little to shoot through. Actually, Nylander's goal was like it was perfect because it just barely got past him on the one side and going down and scoring, getting along the ice. That was almost incredible that he could get it past him. It was a very nice goal. But I was seeing that guy. It was like so hard to find something to find a place to put the puck because he's such a big guy. The bigger guys you get in net, man, the equipment is just massive now. Look how tall their pads are. They come up to like their hips. Almost.
Now they did crack down on that a couple of years ago. I don't know if they're following through with it. So they're swimming.
He's tall and skinny.
I know. He's like the Patrick Waugh. When he gets in net, he's like the Hulk. It's like, man, these guys must have some equipment.
Yeah.
When we stand next to each other, we look like the number 10.
They did, but they did crack down on the equipment a couple of years back. So maybe they'll do it again.
They did
because it started to get out of hands with Jean-Sebastien Giguère was one of the most egregious examples that I remember.
Pads were just getting super wide. It was going what?
Well, I don't know if you remember. Yeah, but what Eric is showing. So I don't know if you remember. Giguère had a little mechanism.
Oh yeah,
and what happened is when he would get down, this would come up just a little bit. but it would basically create this additional space right beside his helmet, where it's like he's got additional block. He would literally come down low, and this would come up, and it'd be like, dude, really?
It's like when they had the glove, and then they added the little extra in here,
Mm-hmm.
a little extra up there, and then widened that, and then it kind of went out a little further. It was like,
isn't it funny when we have materials that are lighter and more breathable and actually protect extremely well, and yet the physical size of the pad still got bigger, even though it's way lighter.
You're allowed to go taller, but not any wider than a certain point. But they're super tall now.
There is a rule for
that.
If
he goes down, he's covering the whole net. You're not getting anything on the ground through past these guys. And I think that's where the length comes in.
And who was the first goalie in NHL history to get those lightweight pads and move away from the heavy leather ones?
What
was his name? What Aeroflex pads, I believe that he was wearing. Do we remember?
Was that a Leaf guy?
No. I don't think it was. It was nice.
Are you sure? Can you tell between the Marlboros? Go on.
It was Reggie Lemlin. Thank you very much.
I don't know who that is. I only know lemon.
Reggie's all for the history of hockey being
Reggie Lemlin came in with
ruined hockey.
Lightweight pads, and everyone else was still with
extra wide, extra long. No wonder.
I want to read a couple of these comments. There's some good ones. So hold on.
Sure.
International Border says, "What are Tavares and Marner doing in the series? Like in the kid Nees? Yeah, Matthew Nees is playing well. Yeah. He's got some good energy. The kid's got, again, not a Leafs fan, but I'm watching the last couple of games, and the kid's got good energy. He's attacking. He's trying to play.
It was funny. I was watching Marner control the puck, and he's looking for Leafs to pass it to, and he's going, "Where is everybody? Where's Matthews? Nobody's in front of the net. Nobody. They're off the side." And you see some of the breakaways they had on 2-on-1s, and pass it way over there so the guy can take a shot, Domi, for fuck's sakes.
Yep.
Sorry.
Charity here says Eric's mom and Bobby rule all, but there's some good comments coming up. I want to make sure I acknowledge Charity's comment first, and there's a sequence of them coming up. Right. Swimman's got the third leg down low. Charity, you're the voice of reason. It's true here. Kathy, Charity, he made me sick. To heck with him. That's right.
Oh, that's real nice.
That's right.
Yeah, that's real nice. Thanks.
That's right. Bob Jackson, good evening, Bob. Kathy, he makes us all sick. Also facts. Screw Bob with the double facts.
Fact on, fact on.
That's right. Lots of facts there.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
Yes. We got in some good, we got in some Boston Bruins Leafs. There we go. We got some Boston Bruins Leafs talking there. Bobby, it's now the time to play the song.
Ask my mother how she feels about the Bruins. She is a very unhappy lady.
Well, we'll all find out tomorrow night.
She is not impressed.
She is not amused.
Not amused, yeah.
No. I've heard her use words I haven't heard in a long time.
I'm not even doing that.
Yep.
She is not impressed with them at all.
Terrible. I'm not going there. Oh, there's some good ones there. Okay. I self-understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes there.
Yeah, we are.
So Eric, I think now is a good opportunity. I want to thank Black Box. I mentioned earlier a song. I was talking about this earlier. So Black Box. We mentioned already AI is an interesting thing. Yeah. We've already seen what AI can do with the images, but AI can also make songs. I didn't make this. Now, originally, Bobbles was the one who provided the original link to this first, but then Black Box did reach out, so I wasn't able to get it. So I do have it here. It's a little under 2 minutes. I'll let it run. For a moment. This will give me a chance to get a little. So give me a chance to get a little refill. But
is he still here? I want him to be here if he's still.
I'm hoping so, but he was here a couple minutes ago, maybe about 10 minutes ago. So hopefully, Black Box, if you're still here,
Black Box, you're still here. Give us a shout.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a musical interlude. Yes, we do want to have a little bit of fun with this one.
But
Kathy says, "No, I am not. Not amused with the Bruins. Alas. It is a little bit of a musical interlude, yes. So I want to quickly set this up. So this was interesting because with AI, you can do all kinds of stuff. You really can. You can do all kinds of stuff. So what happened was, so this was like a hip hop song with elements of rap. But what happened was, now I don't know the specifics. I don't know what app he used. I don't know what he fed into it. No idea. But what he did was created with AI effectively a rap song. And the thing is, the terms and everything in it is like a bingo card of the live stream. Because if you listen and you've been around for a while, you'll pick up a lot of stuff there that you probably heard on live streams. And it made me laugh. We were listening to it. I was like, wow. And it was like, that's the thing. That's there too. Yeah, that's another one. Here you go, Dave. Good evening. I'll hit the like button if Eric dances. There you go. Also sick Boston. Yep. Heard my knee this week. Doctor said I'll be back a week before Trout. Oh, Dave. I like where you went there. I like what you did. I appreciate it. All right. So, Bobby, shall we play the song? Shall we play the song? We shall. All right. So let me pull this up here. I'm going to grab the window and I shall play the song. This is because I have no idea if I'll incorporate this in anything. I kind of want to. I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of want to. And actually, let me make sure I've got the audio on. I want to make sure I've got the audio on so you can get that as well.
It should be played twice, 5 minutes before you start. Before you're
there you go. Exactly. That's the interesting. Oh, here. Also share the tab audio. Got it. Perfect. So this one will share the audio. So you should be able to hear it. So just make sure I'm going to refill my drink, but let's make sure the audio is playing, Bobby. Not if you hear the audio, just we want to make sure we can hear it. Okay. All right. So here we go. We're going to play. It's like I said, it's under 2 minutes. We'll play for a minute.
It's Friday night. You know what that means. Time for the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Because I'm Carlos, I'll be talk live, start the countdown. Because I'm Carlos, start the countdown. Carlos sitting back, telling it like it is. Here comes Eric, knives and all, looking for 5-4 flips. Who is that guy anyway? Bobby keeping it real in the garage of knowledge. He'll never share his app with that booby or fan. Bobbles dropping in. Can you bring old man tag? Rap pops in with an update from AMG. The new management has Eric's stamp of approval. Yannick says hi every now and then while his mail piles up somewhere in New England. Because I'm Carlos, I'll be talk live, start the countdown. Because I'm Carlos, start the countdown. Who made the first NBA three-pointer? I think it was Reggie Lemon, man. Can someone get Eric a mayonnaise sandwich? Nah, he prefers to eat it straight from the jar. What about the latest Cyclones news? I prefer a Bruins update featuring a Hindenburg-like disaster. Thou shalt not ever. Thou shalt not ever. Thou shalt not ever. Thou shalt not ever.
Right on time.
Great.
Right on time.
Carlos, you missed it.
No, I had the.
Oh.
While I was getting the refill, I had the headphones.
You missed my dancing, my moves, my actions.
Oh, like I have no doubt there was a lot of dancing. No doubt.
Yeah, there's a lot of pointing to one direction.
Ooh. Low bar, but yes. Low bar, but yes. You can't beat the lyrics though, man. The lyrics hit on, like, if you went with the bingo card, you're like boom, 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 bingo.
I was very impressed. When we first heard it earlier in the week, it was very impressive.
It was good.
The best part is I had literally nothing to do with it other than with the show. Like, but nailed so many of the tropes. Nailed so many.
They could have filled in a few at the end.
Got Reggie Lemon in there. Got old man Tag in there. Like, it was there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it
got
was really good.
Even Yannick got a bar. Yannick got a bar in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was interesting.
And his mail is piling up somewhere in New England.
That is right. That is facts. That is facts. Yep. I'll be right. Who would have thought? Who would have thought indeed? Who would have thought indeed? Maybe it should be. Maybe it should be.
Yeah. And you can make more money on clicks.
That's right. That's right. The funny thing though is I always laugh because by the way, my favorite part about this, what I'll do is I think this thing's got the URL in it. I may just include, we'll see. I may just include the link in the description because it's just like to an MP4 and you can but what I like is that it's got the lyrics on there. literally as it plays. Now I don't know how. Obviously, given the lyrics, you have to be feeding it the lyrics as well.
Obviously,
because you can't just be like because you could pull stuff from somewhere, sure.
Well, you can adjust,
but you got to be feeding it enough. Otherwise, it would skip so many things and it would miss so much stuff.
Yeah, so it's per line, and I think how they run it, and then you can slip in things and take other things out. There's a lot of programs out there like that. This one was a really good one, though. They did a very good job.
Oh, it was
so easy to use.
Very clearly listening to a lot of information in there, to a lot of stuff that's been thrown in there. We got a lot of the key points. One way or the other, name. I will make it available in some format so that some of you can enjoy it if you want. I would love to incorporate some of that into like a theme. Like, look, Bob was saying, it's like, you're right. Look, I would almost love to have that as like an extended version of the countdown timer. So I would love to have that. That's a very normal, like, the live streams they do on some of the gaming streams where they have the longer live stream intro. That would be the kind of thing you would throw in there. Twitch, it'd be like a Twitch intro where you got the longer intro.
Yeah.
Yep. Well done on the song. So that was credit to Black Box. Black Box is the one who put that one together. We got a link to it and we were laughing. It was like, okay, there you go. Yeah. Thank you, Justin.
Use those programs really well. Can do a lot of great stuff.
You can do, like, it's become ridiculous. Look, I had a lot of fun with that AI program playing around with it for images, but I kept my prompts very basic. I saw some stuff that people were able to put together when they were more thorough with their prompt. If you give some of these tools real prompt, like a really thoughtful prompt, it can come up with some really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
For good or for bad, it can come up with some interesting stuff.
Well, that's why, one of the articles I wrote for Hobby News Daily is, what's AI for the future going to happen and what's going to do? You're losing a lot of jobs, writing jobs, all these other jobs. Is that going to take over? I think the creative is still the hard part, where AI can't really fill in the gaps on a lot of that, but they'll get pretty close to it. We'll see what happens in the next, every year it's just going to get better and better. I guess it hits a critical mass stage. What do you do after that? How good can the songs be? Can you issue a song and be top on the charts? I guess that might even make the charts. That'll make the hobby charts for sure.
Oh, the hobby charts, like,
yeah, we can NFT that thing.
Yeah, at this point, when it comes to the hobby, like only the B-side SCR song right now has more cachet. That's about it. I like International Borders. That song added 10% more bouginess to the stream. There you go.
Did.
We've enhanced our bouginess. Very cool song. Thank you, CC. Charity. Oh, that's fancy. Hey, it was good. Hey, and Yannick got a piece in there.
He did.
It's good times.
And that was good.
By the way, it was also the perfect length of time for me to get my refund.
It actually was made for a beer brick. Yes.
It was beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I appreciate it.
And but I said,
there he is.
You're 5 minutes before.
Appreciate it. Yes, we did indeed enjoy it. We all enjoyed it. Thank you. Great work by you. We'll make sure we give credit where it is due. I had nothing to do with it other than clearly provide material. Aside from that, we have no other involvement in it. There you go. Especially Eric. That's right. Yes. Hey, listen, when his player gets some appreciation in the song, hard to argue with that one.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was very good. I know behind the scenes, we were all very impressed and very appreciative that somebody would take time out of their day to do that for us. And so in all sincerity, thank you very much. It's very nice of you to do that.
Yeah, it was pretty wicked.
Very good. Very good. Justin says Yannick send mail to places. They expect mail to me. Exactly. Eric's got to work as a postmaster general.
Yeah, it's almost like someone wrote in the gas station bathroom wall your address. All shipments can go to Eric.
Yeah. You're not innocent. You're not innocent. They got the Bobby Burrell pile. All right, we've had the Bobby Burrell pile.
a tit for tat there. We're kind of even at this point. Don't let it go beyond.
Listen, you got to do your work if you ever want to earn the good graces to ever receive the app. It doesn't exist. But if it hypothetically existed, the path to access is you must do what you were told.
That is true. That seems fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
They kissed the ring for that one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. These are all facts. These are all simply facts. As Eric's
always more funny when you got to cough after every.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, slowly he just dies.
Yeah.
Bobby, it's been kind of fun for me playing into this game, like just knowing that Eric can't. It's like every time it's like we just set him up. Okay, so by the way, I'm going to. So I did record. I mentioned I recorded the Ship My Cards video that'll be dropping in the morning. So that'll be coming up here in the morning. I did record it in there. But I'll show a couple of cards in here as we go. And also I want to leave it to the chat open. We made fun of the Bruins. We did that. We also talked about, Mike Trout's horrible injury. Tragic even. Very great sadness. But hobby wise, like I said,
Yannick's got some pickups too. We got to get him out there. Come on.
Well, he's got the link. But and look, charity's around. I don't know where Yannick is.
Yeah.
Lord knows.
What's going on?
Lord knows where that guy's doing. So I was going to mention this one. This was actually fun because I'm looking forward to it. I expect Paul, not Paul V, but Paul C. I expect that Paul will probably, the OCD will kick in. We got a lot of Pauls. I think the OCD will kick in because it's one of his pet peeves, but it was still kind of funny. So this was one of the new additions here. So we got there a cup card, and it's Modano and Lidstrom. So I've shown this in the past. Now I've got it in hand. Beautiful card. Great on card autographs and everything. 2 Hall of Famers. But one of the great pet peeves always is when you've got the team, where you've got the 2 players on the one team, Modano's patch is very obviously a Dallas Star patch.
That's bullshit.
So I think the OCD will kick in on that one pretty hard. They are game used pieces though, so
It bothers me. I hate it. I just think it's horrible.
Yeah, no, I get it. But look, I'm not going to complain. This is still playing days. This was his last playing days year. And like Modano and Lidstrom, that's a pretty sweet combo. Game used pieces and everything. This is a nice piece. And I've got my box for the cup. It's getting pretty bolstered, man. That when I got that emblems of endorsement to go along with the other ones, when I made that little video there and I took the picture and everything, that's a pretty nice set. Yeah, mentioning this one. Almost done. I need one more. There's one more that I'm missing out there. The first year, the inaugural year. That's the only one I'm missing. But I'm starting to fill in a lot of those subsets.
Nice.
It's been a work in progress over many a year.
Tonight.
Oh, I got to get some of my pickups. I'll be right back.
By all means.
Nobody wants you here. Go away.
Don't say that to Bobby. How dare you? So National Border says Eric's mad that Yannick is sporting sex toys through his address. At least Eric would appreciate that at least. And yes, thank you, Name. Appreciate it. Yeah, I took a little group shot of the different emblems of endorsement. It's been fun to put together that collection. It's been a lot of years working on it, but it's nice. It's nice to see that, light at the end of the tunnel. I'm pretty close. There's one more. I'm missing. I don't remember if I've seen one, though. I'm sure it's out there. Like, I've definitely seen the set. I had the Brendan Morrow, so I used one as an example in the video just to show what the card looks like. So I'm pretty sure I've seen the Modano, but I have no idea. It's been a long time. So we'll see. But yes. So I think it'll be a lot of fun to kind of sort through. I'm going to be making, so this is a heads up as well, I mentioned in the video, but I'm going to be doing a bunch of showcase videos for different parts of the collection. Because on the Discord, there is a little thing going on where we're sharing different cards. But I figure I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And if I'm going to be making some videos for showcasing some elements of it, I'll put it on the channel. But I'll kind of space that out over a little while. But I'm going to go into the box with the cup and some of that stuff. And I'm going to go back into the box with the Be a Player and In the Game Ultimate. So I've literally got a box that's, 2-row, 1,600 count box. That's just those. Nothing but those. And one video is just going to be that. And the amount of stupid crap, Eric, that's sitting there. And this shit's all Modano. It's just Modano. Endless. And then I will also go and do another video for the Brett Favre.
Oh, well, yeah.
And the Chosen Rosen. We got to have the Chosen Rosen PC video. Whew.
That should be about 5 minutes.
Oh, it's going to be more than 5 minutes.
That's
listen, I got a lot of shit in that box, Eric. There's a lot of shit in that pile. Oh my God. Holy crap. But I will also have one for the vintage, because I've got a box of those ones as well. So I will showcase that, and you get a chance to see those ones next couple of weeks. So I'll be recording those videos over the next probably couple of days, and then I'll dole them out over a couple of weeks. The Discord folks will see them earlier because it's part of what we're doing here, a little fun that we're doing. But if I'm recording the video, I'm going to set it up. So we'll go through them. So here, Dave says, did you see anything of the show that really caught your attention? A lot of it, Dave, is a lot of what I expect at this point. There's some dealers who obviously are trying to showcase expensive items. We know that. There's the folks that have the different rookies for a lot of high-end Bobby Orr rookies. You got some of the pre-war. Yannick took advantage of that. Like I said, I'll pull up one of his Instagram pictures, but we got the pre-war hockey. We got a lot of those. Some dealers specialize in it, but we've got those for sure. I got to be honest. I'm going to say no. Nothing that really caught my attention. There's things that I'm interested in. There's items that would be interested in procuring. There's stuff that's, oh, that's cool. But really caught my attention. The problem is I've been to enough of these shows and seen enough of the same kind of stuff. It's tough to see something that stands out a little bit because it's like, well, I've seen seats from the Forum, seats from Maple Leaf Gardens. I've seen memorabilia pieces. In the game used to do like they're in the game land where they had game used jerseys, game used material, game used equipment, and all that stuff. Stuff like Hockey Hall of Fame type stuff. Seen that. All manner of like expensive cards, cheap cards, all stuff in between. Yeah, it's not even about the expensive. It's like stuff that caught my eye. It's like, no, a lot of the stuff is kind of stuff that I expect. There might be stuff that I'm interested in. But I guess in that sense, it catches my attention, but I don't know if it, let's put it this way. I maybe it's the point of like, maybe I'm bad. Maybe it just doesn't excite me anymore. If it's expensive or rare, it doesn't really mean anything. It's like, yeah, okay. There's a lot of it. Even the rares. Eric, we've reached the point where rare is abundant. It sounds contradictory, but like when you see now, oh man, this is like the only one of its kind. Yeah, and that one is the only one of its kind, and that one is the only one of its kind, and that one's I'm not even talking about cards. Equipment, I'm talking about memorabilia, I'm talking about all kinds of shit. Seen it.
Yeah, I am still new enough to the Expo that I still see new things, and I'm still blown away at every other table. You've been going to that show for a very long time, and then just a factual statement, you're spoiled. So
true.
I still go up there and see things that I cannot find in my area, even at our biggest shows, except when Canadian dealers come down. But even then, they're not always bringing their biggest stuff because they have to travel far and get through customs and all that, right? So for me, going once a year for the last like 4 years, whatever it's been, I'm still blown away all the time. And yes, there are guys that basically have museums set up at their tables and aren't seemingly actively trying to sell, but I'm fine with that because I love seeing some of this stuff that I've never seen before. I didn't know existed. I've never seen in such great condition. I've never seen in such abundance. And it's I'm a kid in the candy store every single time I'm there. And I honestly hope that I don't get spoiled. Like you and Bobby and everyone else who goes twice a year.
Just too jaded. We're just too jaded, Eric.
Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense. Plus, if you're collecting hockey and you're in Canada and you're in driving distance to the Expo, this isn't a big deal. Where, I got to drive, 10 hours and none of this stuff is available locally to me. So I'm a kid in the candy store every time I go. The place is amazing. And I just hope that feeling stays. It's one of, there's a handful of reasons, but one of the reasons I only go once a year is I don't want to get spoiled. Going once a year is just incredible. So I'm afraid that if I go twice a year, I'm like, yeah, it is what it is, and not have it be as special.
What do you do when chasing Marcel Dion and fighting his security loses its lust? What do you do? It's tough.
I start chasing Peter Forsberg around.
That could be a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's younger. He's younger. So maybe there's a chance. Maybe you got a little more time there. That could be a thing.
It worked last time. I was late for dinner, but who cares?
Now, next time you should actually try finding the real Peter Forsberg and not some homeless vagrant that you were harassing. It's terrible. So Zach says, Carlos, are you suffering from hobby burnout? So I think it's a fair question, a fun one. So going back to the jaded conversation, jaded, yes. Suffering from hobby burnout? No, not really. Because Dave's question was a legitimate question, and I think a very good question. The problem is I've been to too many of these shows. There's a lot of that stuff that I have seen, so it doesn't move me one way or the other. It is interesting, but if you see enough of that stuff, it's like, yeah, okay, it kind of becomes old hat. But on the hobby burnout discussion, check out the mail day that I just had. I'll show, like I said, I'm showing a couple of cards here and there throughout the evening, but in the video I go through it for 23 minutes. Look, I'm still buying shit all the time, but some of the stuff I'm buying is because it amuses me for no other reason than my personal entertainment. So this one here is a Prism autograph card of Brett. But the reason I bought this, mostly I focus on playing days. I prefer to buy a lot of his playing day stuff. That's more interesting to me. But the reason I bought this, and it might be a little hard to see, is because in the picture, he's got another one of those kind of staring daggers at somebody, similar to, like, if you check out the podcast, I got that picture of like zoomed in on his eyes. It's very similar to that on this image. I bought it strictly for that. That's the only reason I purchased it. As long as I'm buying Chosen Rosen cards just because it entertains me, as long as I'm buying shit like this just because it entertains me, as long as I buy, and after all the shit I've said about Pro Set, deservedly so, Pro Set deserves all the mockery I can give it. As long as I can do that, and yet I will buy lit Eric Pro Set lit.
Oh my god,
I'm clearly still enjoying the hobby. I can't burn out because I have so many lanes and avenues that I can pursue. Now I have my focus. I have my categories that I focus on. Even the Medano collection, the rest of it. That card that I showed you a moment ago, the one with Lidstrom and Medano, that is the first with having a 1,600 count box of stuff that includes the cup and all that. Even with that, that is the first cup card that I have with Medano in a Detroit jersey. So to me, that was very interesting. I would go, so I haven't had one of those before. I've had all kinds of other stuff. I've got patches. I've got autos. I've got little, metal, shield thing they did with the HL Glory. I've had the thing where they retroed the Crosby rookie year and they had a Medano for that. I've got that too. So I've worked on all that other stuff, right? So I still find all these little lanes and fun. It's like, as long as it entertains me, I'm good, man. That's what's made it so easy for me to do this for so long. Imagine if number one, I don't take the hobby seriously. That helps your sustainability. And number two, I have found so many lanes of entertainment for me. So it's like, I don't know if it's possible for me to get burned out, because if I'm getting bored of a certain lane, I just start working on some other project.
I've been doing it every day. And honestly, I wake up excited every day. Find something new, interesting, something to do.
Yeah.
People to talk
There's always
to.
something. Look, I showed it on Discord, but I showed it to you guys before. I bought that Ellen and Ginter burger card. It's one of the stupidest pieces of garbage in the world. Why have a burger? Because I can. Because it was like 80 cents. But I had people ask me a question. Wait, why did you buy a burger? Because I can. Because I can. Why are you
And
buying
because you'll
the
ask
Josh
me.
Rosen? Yeah, because you asked me. But the Josh Rosen thing, I have people reach out to me and ask me, wait, why would you even? Because I can. I don't, it's like, when will you all realize I don't care?
Yeah.
And yet I keep chugging along. It's just doing my thing, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. That's the point. I've spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, and over the course of time, a lot of money in this hobby. And if I'm still dumping more money into this foolishness, I must enjoy it on some level.
Yeah.
Or I'm a masochist, or both.
You never know.
I'm
There is that
masochist.
point.
No
where
judgment.
the value of owning items is the enjoyment value that a lot of people don't recognize when they're a collector. I bought it for this, and then now it's 10, 15, 20 years later, and I sold it for this. Did I make money? Did I lose money? You enjoyed it for 20 years, man. There's a value in that people don't even equate to. So if you lose money, who cares? And if you're buying that way, you're not really a collector. You're looking at investments, and that's not going to keep you excited in the hobby for very long. There's only so many things you can invest in. So you're investing really into curating a collection, and that's the investment part that I agree with more than financially. It's the things you acquire. Like, I picked up one of my favorite items. This is the favorite I lost. I got this from Mianic, actually. This
nice.
A Peter Puck full box of the candy. Now, on the back of these, there's 31 different, I guess it's hockey hints and tips, hockey tips. It's number 29. It took forever to document these. They are in that app thing. They are in there. It's my favorite piece of picking up. Now, the next piece I show you is, I traded for this. Now, this is a 1934-35
Carlos,
Buzz
make
Bowl
screen bigger.
for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Buzz Bowl.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom in. Hold on. Go ahead.
There we go. 1934-35 Buzz Bowl, who was a Toronto Maple Leaf. This was an award given to them through the Toronto Maple Leafs for winning the National Hockey League championship. So not the Stanley Cup, but the league championship, winning the league. And they gave these to each player. So I ended up with Buzz Bowls. And on the back of it, it's engraved as well. So on the back, it says Buzz Bowl. It'll be very difficult to see. But it says the date, Buzz Bowl, what have you. So, and it's actually 14 karat gold. So it has some value. The melt value alone, because it is pretty heavy, it's probably around $800 to $1,000 in itself. So, and I like this piece far better.
There you go.
The trinkets win. The knickknacks, not so much.
Wow. Amazing. Sensational.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's fair. I get it. So real quick, I want to read a couple of comments here and get caught up. John's asking the valid question. What's better, Pro Set Lit or Leaf Mythical?
Trash is
Maybe
trash.
we'll find out. Maybe Eric will need to get up close and personal with some of the mythical.
No.
Maybe he does.
I've specifically not even attempted to purchase it. Stuff is trash.
And yet that may not prevent it from coming down your way.
Or something.
Maybe despite your efforts, it somehow winds up in your possession.
Maybe.
Hypothetically. Anyway, moving on. I actually appreciate your amusement. Almost buying stuff ironically. Yes, I do buy stuff ironically. Charity says Yannick is doing his thing. I'm here to say Mayo to Eric. Thank you, Charity.
You gotta be like that. I thought we were friends.
No one is your friend. No one is your friend.
That's a sign of love.
Things and moves on. Yep.
Mayo is a sign of love. You just
it is. It is.
No.
Oh, but it is.
Mm-mm.
Dom here. Good evening, Dom. You have to be really wealthy or picky to be truly burned out. There's always more to collect. There is always more to collect. And
it's not
also
even collecting sometimes. It's the social aspect of it. It's the hunt. It's not even the acquisition. It
can be. Yep.
A lot of different things encompass the hobby. So, and it's not always just about the kill.
Yeah. But the other thing also, it is a marathon. It's not a sprint. There's nobody saying like, and you can still be acquiring things, but you could acquire things more slowly. You could be more methodical, more picky. You like there are different options available to you. There's no one said you have to buy something every weekend.
Nope.
You could just take your sweet time, find the right item, measure twice, cut once, and find this is the piece that I would like. Okay, perfect. Fantastic. Yep. Your appreciation will only grow because you were very careful and methodical and got exactly what you wanted. Even better.
I've been waiting for that right mystery box for the last 7 shows, and I've got 14 piled up from last show.
Ooh. Man. 540 flips, whoever that is. Even though he's mentioned in song.
Oh, yes.
The hobby.
Hope you
the
get
hobby's easier to actually.
The
hobby's easier to actually enjoy when you're doing it as hobby's supposed to be. Fun, crazy concept. I know.
Yeah,
crazy
a lot of
times.
fun. Jerk.
Brian North joining us here. Brian North, good evening. What's up, fellas? Normally just prefer to lurk on the live stream. Fair enough. Just a few minutes behind, I had to comment on the epic BIC song. That Reggie Lemon line was incredible. Wow, chef's kiss.
They did a
Facts, Brian North. Facts. Did Bobby and Yan give a good show for new interesting things? Maybe they did. Maybe they did.
Oh,
Name says we need a song just for Eric. Feel free to make one.
I wish I could find the stuff that we had in other dealers' booths.
There you
go.
go.
That's the kind of show it was. We brought a lot of very interesting stuff. We both did quite well, but there was a lot of things that weren't sold that actually I thought really should have. And for me to determine that, I pretty much knows what goes in the marketplace. And it just goes without saying that, a few people missed. And when you're looking at the items that we have, it's sort of like looking at a 500 count box. You kind of start, you go through 2, 4, 6. When you look at all the stuff, it's like, I see that and that and that. But then you can come back and say, oh, I didn't see this, this, and this. And you can come back again and go, oh, these things, I didn't see those either. So anyways, I sold some photos. I was happy. Some wrestling photos.
Makes sense. Yeah, you did. You sold a couple of those wrestling photos. Yes. We talked about that one.
One guy bought all the Andre the Giants and the Hulk Hogan's, which paid for all the photos. So I have 135 free photos. He missed one. Remember that one with the helmet, what was it, the Roman helmet that Hulk Hogan had on?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He didn't know it was Hulk Hogan, so he didn't take
it.
It was kind of the nicest one that I liked. So he missed it because it was they were all grouped together. It was Hogan, then Andre, and then it went into everybody else. And he missed that first one because he didn't think it was Hogan. And I showed a couple people and they didn't know, and they go, "Oh, it is Hogan." So I was kind of happy that I kept one, or the one was sort of left behind. But anyway,
nice. It's fair. I like
that. Someone's got to like them.
Hey,
I had a lot of people look at them and enjoy them, but I guess I don't know. It's not a wrestling show.
Well, it's different. Look, Look, I'll just tell you this, and my insight on it is this: wrestling collectors are very weird in the sense that they will spend money on certain things, and in other things, they're super cheap. They're like super ridiculously cheap. Yeah. And it's strange when they'll choose to do one or the other. It's very odd. Yeah. And it'll be like, you'll spend $500 on a replica belt that you'll prance around your house with, but like $50 for this is like too much.
Yeah.
Really?
Exactly. Something that's
it's very weird.
Box,
very strange.
rare,
very strange.
The first year. Like, yeah. And it's like, no, I want that replica belt they made last week. Yeah.
Very strange. Very odd. Very odd.
I think it's a show me kind of. I think the hobby has turned into the newer part of the hobby is show me and look what I got kind of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that's more of what it is, opposed to people curating and sort of keeping their collection private, so to speak, or just showing the odd thing. But we have the videos and we can just put things out there constantly. But I do find that the wrestling guys are a little bit different that way. Yeah.
Oh yes, very strange. Now, I will share one here because, like I said, I've got the card here, but I'm actually going to show you a bigger image of it. It'll be a little easier to see. But in the vein of what we were talking about a little earlier, part of the reason why. So because the mail day, whenever I do the Ship My Cards mail days, it's a consolidation of a bunch of eBay purchases, generally speaking. So it means that I'll be touching on different categories. I had a couple of vintage cards in there. I had a baseball. I had a Juan Soto. I had some Dennis PC. I had some Medanos. I had some wrestling. Like I had all kinds of a mix of different stuff. That's why it's kind of fun. When I get that box, I generally know what's in it, but sometimes it takes a while for me to consolidate all the stuff that I'm going to be shipping. So then it's almost a little bit of a surprise because I kind of, oh yeah, I did buy that. That's right. That's where I got the Brett Favre that I just showed you. But there's a bunch of good stuff in there. But this one I'll show you because this was part of a set, the 63 Fleer set that I'm working on. And this was a nice piece that I've added. And that is the Roberto Clemente.
Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah, so we got the Roberto Clemente here, 63. And this is a PSA 3, and it's a nice looking 3. It's a nice, clean look. Yeah, it's a good looking 3.
What gives it a 3? Though? Like there's
so the back, so the back has a little stain on it. I'll see if I can pull up the back of the image for you. So let me back up here. So I don't know if you can see that right here.
Well, that's yeah, I guess
it doesn't really affect the aesthetic. To be honest, it doesn't really affect the aesthetic. To me, it's a beautiful looking card. Like I felt like I got a great deal on a 3 there. So I was like, okay, seems pretty good to me. I'll take it.
Kurt would have got a 7.
There you go. Exactly. But yeah, and even the centering's not terrible because obviously it has notorious for some centering issues on the front of them, especially. But yeah, it goes in the set. It'll fit very nicely into it. No complaints there. I got the Clemente. That's another one to keep. So like, I've got my vintage projects. I've got my current player collections. I got my wrestling. I got all these different things. It's really hard. So I understood that. I understood that the question was that
your shows.
I do. Yeah,
that's another part of it. You know, it's all about that.
It's all part of it. So as I say, like, it's really hard. It would be very difficult for me to get burned out on it because I've got so many avenues and so many directions I can take things. And if I get bored of something, I can flip and switch directions. That's why I say, like, to me. By the way, the question was understanding. Zach knows. Zach understands it very well, but it was a valid question to ask. To me, like, I haven't taken a break since 1990. We're in the year 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So in 34 years, I have had no issues. So, but what has always helped is that I've always had different things that are of interest, and I found different. And if I get bored of this project, I set it aside, and I do something else. And then when the spirit moves me, I come back around. There's nothing wrong. Nobody says you have to sit there and just stare at the one thing until the point that you can't stand it anymore, and you make yourself bored of it. Why do that to yourself?
Well, I think that was the mantra of a lot of the influencers at the beginning is like, you need to get this card and this card. These are your, these are the things you have to sort of be at this level. And I think a lot of people pursued it in that regard, but they didn't collect for themselves. They were following the the influencers. So it kind of hurts them. I think you need your own gig, so to speak. Whatever you do, be it collect, Medano or Boston Bruins or any other team, it doesn't matter. It's all part and parcel to what you do. But, people stand out differently. And I see a lot of the guys who are sort of came into the new part of the hobby after the pandemic that they were, or during, they were just all following this straight line of you need the 33 root, you need this, you need this, you need this. These are the prerequisites to being having status in the hobby, so it seemed. And it was really just a matter of money at that point. Because if you have $50 billion, like you can own everything. But that's not curating. That's boring. The struggles of having enough finances to be able to afford that card or building up to that. Those are the struggles, that kind of depreciation of the card. I always say that with a kid, your kids, they're jumping on the couch and everything. Not until they buy their own couch can you go over there and start jumping on their couch and they'll go, hey. It's like, yeah. And once you start paying for something and you worked for it, you become to appreciate it. So life lesson.
Sage advice from a garage of knowledge.
Bob, it's on the video. You heard it.
Facts. Bob Jackson says, did these guys ever cash into the wrestling collectors and say they were going to? So he speaks of the Great Curator and the Moore World. And the Great Curator kind of has disappeared into a void. To be honest, I haven't. To be fair. It's an attempt. I appreciate it. He got it. So anyway, the point is that I haven't paid close attention to those guys. Like, I really haven't. But they have been relatively. What's funny is he is the perfect example of what we've talked about. He is the example of the guy who built a following and then exploited it to the point that he killed it himself. Like, he stifled it. He literally hit it with a pillow in the face and choked it to death. And it's like, you actually had built a following. He had, like, there was a certain point where he had built a little bit of following. But then I would watch his live streams, and it's like, look, we're sitting here. This is the longest episodic, whatever the hell this is. I still don't know what it is. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll figure it out someday. Maybe I will. Who knows?
The Falls from Grace have been amazing. The numbers are
but that's the point, Bobby. The point that I'm making here is that I'm doing the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We got some of the influencers out there who like, it's like, oh, you're still doing that show, you know, floating head individuals. They're not sure, and I'm like, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe sometimes. But the point is consistency. The point is, it is what it is. I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm sitting here having my fun doing what I'm doing, but I never lost sight of what it is that I'm trying to do, which is I'm sitting here having my beer and BSing about nonsense. And that's, to me, is fun. And it never lost that. And because of that, it rolls through consistently. And the pandemic ended, and the rest of the world went. And guess what happened?
We're still
here. And yeah, still here. And to be honest, it's kind of where it was. If there's a busier week, if there's more news, then more people will watch. If it's a little quieter, then less people will watch it. But it stays with this. But then Curator got to a point where, like, I don't even know what you're doing it for. No one's watching. No one cares. Nothing happens. Like, you've got nothing to say. So what are you going to do? And that was the problem.
It's almost like these guys had the right name, the Great Curator. You know, these things that sound kind of cool, trendy. Hey, I'm going to start following because he's the Great Curator. It's just, I think people more followed him for that than what he actually said.
Yeah.
And the end, here we go.
Well, he also stopped paying attention that there were the videos that got him traction. He stopped doing those.
Yeah.
So, like, he had built the following on the back of a certain variety of videos that he had done well. And then all of a sudden he got an idea in his head. Oh, these people want to watch me. It's like, no, they don't. they when you're providing some information that they may be able to use, you serve a purpose, they're there. But once that stops happening, they steadily bleed away.
Something, and then like Justin, same thing, right?
Something like Justin?
Yeah. Well, similar, right? He Dustin, sorry, not did I say
that? I was gonna say Justin is in the chat. That's a different thing.
You know, people are trying to refine themselves now because they were this, things have changed. Now they're kind of that, but they don't know what that is really.
Well, here's the thing. Like, look, as much as I like to make fun of Dustin, and Lord knows I do, but the thing is that he still has an audience. He still does. But a lot of it, what I would call a casual audience. A lot of it is what I would call a casual audience, which is to say they'll watch the episode and that's it. It's there. But that's it. So the good news is they're there. But the bad news is, how engaged are they really? And the Curator lost both sides of it. He lost the casual audience that isn't even engaged, and he lost the audience that is engaged. So it's like, then what's left for you? So there's a question related to that, and I'll touch on it here in a second. And I'm being, it's not meant to be insulting. I'm just saying, I saw a guy who came to the Toronto Expo, didn't understand what he was doing, and then complained about it because he didn't understand what he was doing. And then you lose credibility every time you do one of those things. Every time you have one of these situations, like, clearly you don't understand what's going on. You haven't done any research. All you had to do was do a little basic research and you would have been fine. That's all you had to do. And that's it.
And not
if you got your niche, you got your niche. That's it. Go ahead,
Eric. And not get put at the kiddie table.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. The kiddie table is a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge.
It's kind of full right now.
Yeah. So Zach here says, I said that a little tongue in cheek. Yeah, I mentioned that. I knew that you knew, but it was, I still thought it was a valid question. I thought it was fun. And the hobby burnout videos were quite a thing a while back, along with addiction. You have to stare at the wall. Yes. It's like people don't know how to pace themselves. I don't have to declare them getting out of the hobby because I didn't buy a card for a couple of weeks. Yes. And I've specifically gone out of my way to say that if you guys remember, for those of you who have been around, I used to do a pickup video every single week. That used to be a staple of the channel. But in those times, I was getting mail in constantly. Today, it's kind of more consolidated. The fun part for me is it makes like a 20-minute video of me going through pickups. And there's good stuff, man. Like, for all my different collections, there's some fun stuff in there. I only showed a couple of items. I have 23 minutes of video of me going through items. So there's a bunch of stuff that I picked up for different collections Fun. Some of it is high end, some of it is low end, some of it's medium end. It's all over the place depending on what. And I got my wrestling section, I got my football, I got my hockey, I got my baseball, like I got all kinds of stuff. But it all fits into different collections that I'm working on. It fits into little projects that I'm working on. It's fun. I have a good time with it. So that's kind of the key, is that I still get a kick out of it. So I record the video, and if people enjoy the cards, that's great. If they don't, the pickup videos, people watch the least.
And plus, through the pandemic, you were doing a random video when news popped up and something happened big, and it was constant. It was like twice a week almost. And then we were having 2 shows, Friday and Sunday. It's just like, yeah. So everything scaled back, but we kept it consistent. So, and that's the good thing. Where other guys are just wiped out, gone. So, I don't know. I did get to meet Chris Sewell. That was interesting. Very interesting.
Did you make sure that he was a collector, dealer, investor in that order? I forget what it was.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, very tall, gangly kind of guy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Is he back living in North America yet?
He is actually. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Babuzo says, "Has Carlos been shadow banned? I've been banned from all the places, all the establishments. I've been banned. I've been banished. I have not only been banned, I have been banished."
And we can spell that.
Josh here says, "How would you compare the great curator's fall to therapist's fall? Curator is like slow bleeding death. Like curator is still around. Yeah, like, therapist just kind of ran away. Curator is still around, but he just bleeds.
Therapist is getting therapy right now.
Bleeds. He just bled out slowly over time.
Eric's back. He popped the Pepsi.
The whole therapist thing still just. I just shake my head. How could you just? I don't know. Just shut everything off and walk away. You had, a foothold in something.
Called pride.
And I don't know. It just the whole, and the fact that the guy didn't come back like a week later, and it's like, wow,
yeah,
just wow. The whole thing.
I think that sounds to me though, like I'm speculating. I've never talked to the guy, never met the guy. My speculation is that it sounds to me like a guy who wanted out. And as soon as the first sign of static and everything came across, he's like, you know what? This is my exit stage right. Like the first opportunity, the first chance he got, you know what? Screw it, I'm done.
Maybe.
And it didn't take much. Guys made it their life, and they have a wife and kids, and they're not paying much attention to them. And because it becomes all about, sort of a vainglory to themselves, sacrifice your family for all these other things that are happening in the hobby because it pumps up your self-esteem, and it'll hit people, a lot of people like that. Look how many times what's his name came in and out. Can't remember his name now. See, that's how long lasting these guys.
That's how crazy it is. He's gone. We don't even remember his name.
Yeah, I can't even remember his name because everyone has 2 names in this bloody freaking thing. It's like this guy's from this guy and his name is this. It's like barely remember 40 different names, let alone 80. Anyways,
these are facts. These are facts.
I'm just Bobby Burrell. That's how I am. I'm not the nothing.
Makes sense.
Burrell.
Sorry. The Burrell.
Bobby,
I've gone through great pains to brand you the Burrell. Like I've worked this into a brand.
Well, you kind of looked at my book when I called it the Burrell. So remember that one?
Yes, but I have also done more to promote the Burrell than you did when you gave up on it originally. Like I have continued it on.
It was
I'm pushing it forward. I'm pushing it forward and making it.
And it still might be a thing. No, probably never.
Listen,
we're going forward with Needham.
Give it time.
Whenever that app comes out.
Give it time. Give it time.
Yeah. Say app.
Yeah. Dom says here the key.
Say app.
Nobody said app.
He's talking about an appetizer. No, shut up. Yeah. Dom says the key to regular viewership is talking about nothing instead of trying to be something. Fair.
And we're good at talking about nothing.
I liked you better when you weren't talking.
It was better. It was quieter. It was more. Yeah. It's got to die.
So Dom, what I was going to say is, I know you've been on a couple of different live streams, but let me know if you want to hop on and chat a little bit, because right now this week is like perfect because we've got a couple of little things going on, and in a couple of minutes my Dallas Star game comes on. So I'm going to kind of look off to this as well. I'm going to have a little fun while I'm doing this. But if you want to hop on and chat for a couple of minutes, let me know. I am available via the Instagrams. Otherwise, I can contact you in a different way and get you a link. Let me know. Mm-hmm. Zach here says, I didn't see your daily videos. I missed the 6-hour live stream era too. It's all right. It's back in the archives. So for folks that are newer to this, let me share with you a little thing. It was a product of the time. Number one, we had the time. Number two, there was stuff going on constantly.
And we had free money.
Well, in fairness, I probably think I'm spending more on this shit now.
Understood, but it was free money to give away, so we were spending it more.
Bobby, I never got the free money. When did I get the free money? Where's the free money?
I didn't get it myself.
I didn't get it. I didn't get a dime.
But everybody else did.
I was gonna say, where Bobby? Hold on. I still feel like I got screwed on the free money. I got totally screwed.
Money, you didn't get it.
I got boned, man. Like this is terrible. This is tragic.
I want money.
They got to do a country song about PPP money. It's funny.
Man, this is brutal.
Sports car radio.
So anyway, my point that I was making was, at the time, it was justified because we had enough stuff happening constantly.
Oh yes,
that there was things to talk about, to the point that we were having 2 live streams per week. Like there was plenty to discuss, and the long live stream, and they were chock full.
Impromptus.
They were chock full. It wasn't filler. Like we were able to go from one topic to another topic to another topic. It was a product of the time. Today, it just is what it is. Stuff happens here and there. There's the odd story here and there once in a while, but it's not like it was.
It's coming back. He's opened up a box.
I'm too old to do 6-hour live streams now.
Yeah, you're fit.
Well, hey, if you'd stop smoking all the Marlboros, 6 cartons a day is a bit rough, man.
Menthols, baby.
Yeah.
Mark Williams says, I heard Eric's last friend has now changed sides after Toronto and meeting Carlos and Bobby. Amanda was never your friend.
No. Mark, when you come into Peabody, you got a date yet? Let me know.
Oh, he needs friends now.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson says, remember to like the video so Eric pays and Carlos gets more money? Facts.
That still goes on today. It continues on. Some things never change.
Good evening, Bob Ozel. Duflex says, therapist originally had a 51 bone man as a coffin cart and later up selling it. Yeah. Look, my job here is not to kick the distant therapist while he's gone. Look, I milked that shit for the time being when we had a chance to talk about it. We took advantage of it. Why not? But look, I understand the concept of the coffin card and everything. And to be blunt, I've got a lot of cards here that my intention is to hang on to. But I'm also not an idiot. I've said flat out, if Nat Turner bonks his head and he goes, I must have the greatest Medano collection ever. Carlos, $1 million. And I'm like, fuck it. I will fly it to you.
Yes.
Gone. Done now.
I will meet you in Vegas.
Yeah, done. We meet in Vegas. I bring you the items. I will hand them over personally. Yeah, cash money. Done. But that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy collecting. It just means I'm not a moron. That's it. That's all it means. Like, there's a lot of things I could do with $1 million. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's all I'm getting at. There's a lot of things I could get done.
What's that? That song? If I had $1 million.
The Bare Naked Ladies.
Yeah, the Bare Naked Ladies.
There you go.
Yeah. But the point is that there are a lot of things that I could do. And that doesn't mean that I would stop collecting. It might mean that I would. But I've said it. I've said it on this very live stream many times. In that scenario, I would not try to build the same collection that I built today. I would not build a collection that I've got 2,600 cards and counting. I might grab a handful of favorite pieces, and that would be it. I wouldn't start over again from scratch and try to rebuild it. No. I would pick a handful of favorite kind of high-level pieces that I would like, and that'd be the end of the question. But that doesn't mean I would still enjoy collecting. I would just change the lanes and the directions that I would take. I would be even more picky. I would really cut it down to the very essence. Obviously, the Chosen Roses stays. But
no more Trouts.
No, that's it. We're done with my Trout. We're done.
Gotta keep that. Must.
We're done. First thing that we get cut. The point is, though, true coffin cards, that concept, are very difficult to come by because most collectors' lifespan, they have multiple seasons, multiple directions they take. And if you've been at it for a while, now the good news for me is that I've figured out my lanes. Once I figured out my lanes pretty early, I've been pretty consistent. My main pillars have stayed my main pillars over a long period of time, but that's not normal. Over time, sometimes, you know what? The players stop playing. I'm not interested anymore. I get bored, move off of that collection and collect something else.
Every 5 years, people get into either something not away from what they're collecting or something new or want to change.
Absolutely. And there is literally nothing wrong with that.
But I think now we're into the I don't know, the podcast age. I think it's faster. A, due to influencers, B, due to, whatever you see, sometimes you don't know what you want to collect until you see somebody else collect it. So I think it's ran into that. Whereas go back to 1995 or something like that at the Expo, you're by yourself. The odd guy you give a nod to, but that was it. There was no social thing going around. You knew a few people here and there, but it wasn't, the big social meeting. Now it's like, oh man, they have dinner reservations for 48. It's just like, we're taking over the restaurant. We're coming into town, and everybody is there. But most of those everybody's are nobodies now. Huh.
Mm-hmm. That's not nice. I do that every year.
Where, here?
Yeah. You're a total loser. Completely. Like it's so sad.
Not nice.
Like who goes to a networking event? Dorks.
Moving on.
Oh, sorry.
Dorks. Bob Ouzel says Bobby Burrell should adapt the genius gimmick and start each podcast with poetry. Perhaps.
Maybe.
Bob Jackson says you need long-term storytelling for viewership to grow. It does help being episodic. It does help that every episode builds on the previous episode. So you are onto something, Bob Jackson. You are onto something.
Yeah.
Like the goat of goats and knowing who has the best chicken sandwich. Okay, so look, real quick. I make the joke about the episodic, but this is 100% correct. Look, that song that I played earlier tonight only works because there's long-term shtick.
That's it.
It's not like a one-time gag that then we abandon and never reference again. It is the consistency of you can go back to episode 127 and find something that will still get referenced in episode 143 that will get referenced in episode 185. Mm-hmm. So on and so forth. Not every week necessarily, but it is episodic. And you'll see people pop in and pop out. You'll see people pop in and pop out. And as some people appear, we'll continue from where we left off. That's episodic.
That's the fun part about it. You just never know what you're going to get, but you usually get some of the same.
Mm-hmm. There is certain things that are consistent, but some items we haven't seen Bob Lewis in quite some time. But does that mean he will never come back?
Hall of Fame Bob Lewis?
We haven't seen him in a while. But does that mean we will never see Bob Lewis again? You never know. You wake up one day, you tune on a Friday, and suddenly there's a wild Bob Lewis that shows up. You never know.
You never know.
And that's the point. You never know. Down the road, my intention, right now we're sitting on we're in an interesting era of the live stream and the channel and everything else. The hobby world, for the most part, is kind of quieted down. A lot of the things have quieted down. But from time to time, I'll look around and go, is now the time to bring back this character? Because I sit back and I think to myself, is now the time? Maybe soon. Who knows? But that's how I play. I sit back and wait, and sometimes it'll be like, you know what? Now is a good time, and I'll reach out to some folks and I'll extend an invitation, and if they're game, done deal. We'll make it happen.
Realize that, let's just say in the last 25 years, nothing has really changed in the hobby for me. I mean, some prices up and down, but honestly, nothing has changed like we went through with the pandemic and stuff like that. Even that didn't change the stuff that I do. Being a vintage collector and what have you, it's still the same game. It doesn't change. But the newer stuff, I understand. Motivation, people are going through different things, whatever, and all the other shit that went around it, but it's been consistent. And it's nice when you have that set of consistencies that you can just keep following and move on with whatever happens in the hobby, be it PSA or all these other third parties and all the takeovers and all that other stuff. It has no effect on me, which is kind of nice. I'm sort of insulated in a way, which every day is a treasure hunt. So
I think it's fair. A couple of good comments here, so I'm going to get caught up on these. Some good ones. So I'm scanning ahead a little bit. I do see a couple of good ones. Let me touch on these here. So Justin says, I don't have Insta, but I have to do the link on here. We'll deal with that. So there's a couple more comments. So we'll get to that in a second here. Mark Williams says, this summer, no date. So no date for Jump Mark. Says, I'm still a fan fave. Settle down, Justin. There's a couple more comments. We're getting to them. Zach says, Eric hasn't been aging very gracefully the last few months. The last few hours. Like, he's fading fast. Like, he's at least in his early 80s.
I can't even argue that.
No, you can't. Stuke says, good evening. Good evening, Stuke. Pleasure seeing you as always. You still need your 2024 clip. Send me the link. Settle down. It's only May. Now, I will say, though, Justin is not wrong on this. I feel like I'm a man of traditions. I enjoy certain traditions in this channel, certain things that I like to do in this live stream. And one of them is having Justin on and then throwing him off screen. So I almost feel like tonight is not the night. Bobby, I'm not feeling it tonight. Because Justin wants it so badly, I'm not feeling it. But there will be a night.
Man.
But there will be a night. Maybe next week, maybe sooner than that, maybe later. Who knows? But there will be a night where I'm going to feel it. I'm going to let Justin wind up. And then all of a sudden, boom, off the screen.
Oh.
Back on the screen.
I don't care.
He doesn't care.
Oh, he's Eric. He's used to it.
I don't care.
Paul says, out of the pandemic newbies, the ones who have stayed seem to have a decent amount of who are finding their lane. Not by any means, but enough where the lanes are being destroyed price-wise. That's fair. Baboozle says, perhaps we need a cliffhanger. Eric hears a knock on the front door. He grabs a knife and rushes off screen. Fade to black. Facts.
And he stabs the postmaster because too many parcels. 7,600 stab wounds. Sorry.
Yep.
My mailman's going to stab me. I think he's going to.
Well, I was going to say the problem is you'll stab the postman and then you'll wake up and suddenly realize you stabbed yourself.
Yes, and you used the wrong knife. Go get the other one.
The problem is he used a butter knife and he was really determined.
Yeah.
Just wouldn't penetrate.
He had to work really hard, Bobby. Like, he worked hard.
I know.
It's no shock to any of you that my life's a complete disappointment on the regular. But I go to my mailbox and I see if there's a present there. Everyone likes getting mail. I get all excited. Yes. Oh, a card has come in, and I get it. And I run back up the stairs and I put it all down and I start sorting it out, and here's that package, and I'm all like that. And it's got someone else's name on it, like Yannick or Brad or Bobby or Carlos or God knows who. And
who's next?
And it just ruins my whole day.
I think Eric should open Eric Ship My Cards.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I think so. I did. I just didn't know I did. I think I already did that.
Yeah, you should learn how to charge. There might be a thing you should try. Think about it.
Well, we felt sorry for you because you're so cheap and don't want to buy anything. We figured we'll get our stuff sent there and make them feel better.
Yeah,
I do. I think it's really good for like a quick second, and then I see someone else's name on it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's not like crap, so that you should know it's not you immediately.
That's true.
Yeah. If it was trash, it'd be totally yours. But if it's not, it's something good. It's somebody else's. Can't possibly be yours. You should know better.
Possible.
Carla here asks a very valid question. How confident are you that this is actually episode 186?
I don't know.
Now, here's a fun little game.
Because there could be something in there that.
Here's a little fun little game with some. So it is episode 186 of this series, this Hobby Talk Live series. But this is not the only live stream series that this channel has had. So there have been other live streams. I'm curious, can anybody come close? Do you know how many live streams there have actually been on this channel?
Wow.
So we're talking hobby live streams. I'm gonna remove the old Blu-ray things that, based on the way that Google did its thing, were called live streams. They're not really, but I'm gonna remove those. I'm gonna stick strictly to hobby. Strictly hobby live streams on this channel. That includes the impromptus, which are not counted as part of that number. So the impromptus don't count.
No,
I'm curious how many of you could figure out or even come close, ballpark.
300 and something. There has to be.
Okay, so Bobby's going. That's an interesting number.
I'd say
What do you
325.
think, Eric?
Oh, I just got a message drop down. Hey, Bobby, thanks for letting me join your group, Facebook.
7.
And then he goes, I'm in the U.S. Do you have any of your books available? I haven't figured out the right answer that gives it a little bit of a slap in the face, but just a nice answer back, though. I got to figure something out that works. I have an app now? No. Fucker. What? No. That doesn't work. I
started on episode 46.
Is that officially canon? Did we double check that number? Are we good?
I'm looking right now.
Okay.
I started on episode 46.
140 episodes of this iteration. So I've got the answer here and beside me. So okay. I'm going to give you a hint. The first hobby live stream was on August the 6th, 2020. That did not start the weekly streak officially. The weekly streak officially started a little later in 2020.
January?
In October. It started in October.
Oh, October.
October 2020 was the official start of the real weekly streak. There were a couple of weeks off in between.
Was I in January when I joined in?
Probably early 2021. Yeah. So I'm just reading a couple of these here. I'm still waiting to hear the glass shatter and the raccoon from the dumpster show up. Facts. Josh says I'm not. I'm saying I just haven't heard the train lately. On the pickup video for Ship My Cards, you might get a train cameo. You might get a train cameo. Stuke says early 1980 shows, we used to have 10 to 20 people dine at the steakhouse to see if anyone dare eat the 52-ounce steak for a free t-shirt. I like it, Stuke.
My
Eric has the recovery going very poorly so far. Just as a fan favorite, what? Fair question. I recall the Mr. Show skit. Mayo Stardust mayonnaise. Fair. Make him beg. That's right. Damn right. Eric, at least you're not laying in bed, barely able to move. He's done that too. Bobby, you don't want to see me. Talk him to sending a link. All right, so here we got a couple of guesses here. All right, so Josh 251. Bob Jackson says 316.
Hey, that's too close to my number.
Jeff says 308. Hobby Champ says 4. He's playing Prices Right rules. There you go. I like it.
Okay, $1.
I like it. All right, Eric, you have to buy a card to get one in the mail. You're not an influencer as followers to send you free stuff. Facts.
That's right.
Oh.
Has Eric been crying? He's a Boston Bruins fan. He literally cries every waking moment of the day.
I cry a lot.
All these
you mean separate from that, though?
They used to send each other on those influencer channels. It just made me sick.
It's true. Started on like episode 19. There you go, Justin. Evening all. Is this live from Jackasses? Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Every time someone says ship my cards, I hear ship my cards. Might work both ways. Eric gets ship my cards usually.
41. Paul's really.
Paul says 4.1. I like that. I like that. All right. So you've got a couple of guesses in. All right. So one last shot. You were like, what, 300, Bobby? You shot right around that number? Okay. So the correct answer to this is, let me get 3, 4, 5, 6.
What do I win if I get?
I have to do negative because one of these pages doesn't quite count. So the correct answer is 274. 274.
$1.
Yeah. Damn it. The 300s were not that far off. They were not that far off. Josh said 251, not that far, because there were a couple different iterations. There were the ones where I was doing the one-on-one kind of interview. Those were live. And then there are the impromptus. Those don't count towards the 186.
See, that's the problem. If we do the impromptus, I'm at 325. I bet you bang on.
There you go. But yes, there have been quite a number of impromptus. There have been quite a number of those other ones. So they've played into it as well. So that's why I laugh. I laugh about the 186. If we're being truthful, the 186 is actually light. 100%. It's actually completely light because it doesn't take into account all the impromptus. It doesn't take into account the original series. So that's how it works.
That's probably another 50 more. So
maybe you might be close.
That's 324. I'm close.
Yeah, Justin says, loyal as I am, I deserve a link. No one deserves anything.
Deserve.
Eric deserves common basic decency, and we won't give him that. I do not operate on deserves. Eric can tell you. Look, the man is near. Look, thumbs up as he's near death. Thumbs up. Even at near death, he's thumbs up. Dang.
Hey, Bobby, click the like button while you're at it.
Bobby, I'm enjoying this a lot more than I should.
I think so. But you do like those kind of things.
That's a beautiful shot in front. The beautiful shot in front. It's a beautiful thing.
It almost looks like Eric's sitting up because his head's down and he still has it look like a Boston hat on. So,
yep.
Josh
here says, I hope I win having a drink in the fall. Josh, because you were the closest guest, Josh was generous enough to purchase drinks at the last Expo. Josh, in the fall, first round's on me. First round's on me. It's only fair and it's only right. First round's on me.
I didn't even get the Firehouse this time.
Oh, you didn't? Did it make it up?
It was just, everything timing wise. This was actually one of the expos that I didn't even eat much at all.
Really?
I had a muffin for breakfast and stupid pricks.
All the notifications the man gets.
It's just, it's every Friday night. I'll sit there Thursday and I'll get no notifications. And then everyone goes, oh, it's Friday. I got to and have some fun while I'm on the show. Not before, not after, but during. Anyways, So whatever I was talking about, I was kind of reading the. Have you seen this before? This photo? You got my book? You got another book for sale? Yeah, whatever.
There you go. US Sports Cards here says, if you could pick one favorite movie franchise to make a new modern cards for fun, which movie franchise would you pick? You mean other than Sharknado? No.
We already had that.
We made that joke.
Like something modern or something of the past?
This is one movie franchise to make new modern cards for fun. Okay, so specify that. I think Bobby's making a valid question. Specify that piece and I think we can have some fun with that. But specify if you're talking about a new movie series, an old movie series. What are you talking about?
Question, right?
Yeah.
What could have been or could be.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple issues that would have been good.
Justin, I might have been inclined to give you a link, but you can't be desperate. Don't be desperate. Being desperate only makes it funnier for me not to give you a link. You should know the psychology of this by now. Eric, just nod. You know this. Yeah. You don't play it. You do not play into my shot in front.
No.
You lean hard into my shot in front. I'm like, oh my God. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I want to answer the question about what movie to make a card on. No, they probably already did.
Okay, go ahead.
But the one that jumped into my head.
Go ahead.
It was the and there's a sequel coming out for it soon.
Okay.
But the last Mad Max movie.
Emmanuel in Space?
I like that one.
Emmanuel in Space?
No. But the
last. You sure? Because Emmanuel in Space would probably sell very well.
No, I will take your word for it. But
if that ever comes out, I'm leaving.
That last Mad Max movie.
Leaving or leaving to buy?
Maybe.
The cinematography was pretty good. Like that guy.
I'm coming up for that Emmanuel. Anyways. Finish up, Eric. Sorry.
I don't care.
Yes, you do. It was interesting because I do like that second Mad Max. I thought it was one of the better ones. It was really well done. And I'd love to see, because there were some pretty hot looking girls in that one. Yeah.
But
I think that's where you could take advantage and get the autographs. You could do the autographs from the cast and stuff. Because a lot of the newer sets, you're going to include, like Rittenhouse does a lot of that with the properties they have. You could 100% get like autographs from the cast. That I think that would go over well.
But it had, Mad Max has been around since the 70s. So it's been around for a long time. So there's fans of all different ages. And I just think the cinematography on that movie was really, really interesting.
Sure.
The vehicles were really cool. Again, that guy with the guitar,
I love that.
I mean, with the flames coming out of it, that would be a beautiful card, right? And then if you had him sign it or something, or
how he was hooked into it too on the back.
It was so cool, So I don't know. I just think, I with a lot of the makeup and visuals of that film, it would be pretty cool to have a card set. But they may have already done it. I have no idea.
How long has that been out now? 10 years?
What, the newer Mad Max?
Yeah, 8 years? 10 years?
Not that long ago. No.
I don't know. It's
I'll
probably
double check, but I don't think it's been quite that long.
Close. It's very close. You think the pandemic, that's way before that.
Oh, no, Fury Road. No, you're right. 9 years.
See, I get some things right. So it is 325. I knew it. Fuck.
All right. Let me read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up. Hobby Champ says, I heard Carlos said next too and shared an appetizer with Jeremy Jack Asters. That, sir, is slanderous. Slanderous. I was a Jack Asters, though, the day after.
I was there where Jeremy and was sitting with Chris Sewell and a couple other gentlemen.
Oh, so you were at the networking event?
No, I just went over. Dave and I went there for a fight, and then he was sitting over there, and I went over to say hi, and I ended up talking for 15 minutes, and they asked me a lot of questions, and then I left.
I did have. Did I mention? I think I mentioned to you. I did have an awkward encounter with Floating Head.
He told me.
I mentioned it. Yeah, he told you, or I told you?
No, actually, he told me something that I never told you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is something you want to share? Or is that an offline conversation?
Sure. I must have came up after this had just happened.
Okay.
And he goes, Bobby, I think I offended Carlos.
Really? Go on.
Oh,
you shouldn't do this here.
And I said, in which manner? And he goes, well, he asked a question, and I said, I don't even know if he has a show anymore. And I went, you don't know. You don't know.
You don't know.
And I said, I haven't heard anything of it. So, and then I went back to the booth to see, and you weren't around for a while. So it was like, I was trying to get the rest of the story filled in there going, what happened? What went on?
So the short version was I was walking through the different tables, and I was basically I was doing rounds. By that point, I was doing rounds where I was just looking at tables, just trying to find something of interest. I actually wasn't looking up. I was looking basically at table. And I came across Floating Head's table. And he's got some stuff, but like, I'm not interested in patronizing that. But so I was like, oh, okay. And then I look up and I see this fucker. And I'm like, oh. And my thought process is like, oh. So of course. So,
Did you get one of the stickers?
No, God, no. So anyway, so the conversation basically is, he's like, he's like, how's it going? I go, it's going okay. And he's like, are you still doing your show? And I go, sometimes. And he goes, so Friday nights? On occasion. I'm sitting there like, I'm not even interested in engaging in this conversation. The funny thing is, as much as I enjoy making fun of the guy, it's like, I'm not, my take on it is that I'm not interested in wasting time on you.
There you go.
I just not interested. So no, yeah, sure. Maybe the show's on, maybe it's not. Figure it out.
Check that.
Figure it out. Figure it out. It's not that hard to figure out. You can figure it out on your own. I believe in you. You can figure it out. Go to the Google machine, figure it out on your own.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't come up on his algorithm or anything, so I wouldn't know.
Maybe.
That's another thing he did say.
Maybe. Shadow banned. I have been banished. Banished. But I was not at the networking event, alas. Alas, there was grass growing that I needed to observe, paint drying that I needed to oversee. Priorities, my bros. Priorities. Alas.
Yeah.
See, it's been a while since Mr. Bodie is still not straightened out. Maybe will be. Spike me out if you don't like me. Oh, Justin, we like you fine. We like who you are.
Yes.
27 likes, not terrible. Night's still long. Hit the like button for Eric. Listen, Eric right now is the disease. He is not a disease. He's not getting a disease. He's the disease. And the only way to help this man is you need to get him the positive vibes that a like button will hit.
The like button is the cure.
It is. Josh says, topic conversation. Thoughts on everyone's love with Topps unlicensed cards, yet crapping on Leaf constantly. Litz!
Oh, no.
Litz! I think it's a fair point. People become very contradictory when the time is right. I'll come back to it, Josh. So it's a good topic. Come back to it in a second. I want to read a couple of get caught up on comments. And move on just the last few years, cards released today. I think Eric's one is a good one. Look, I would love for them to have had a sequel. You know what? One that I would have loved, Dread. I thought the newer Dread was good with Keith Urban or Carl Urban or whatever it was. He's good.
I don't know if I saw Dread.
It was really good. I thought it was well done. Really well done. I enjoyed it.
Who's the new guy? Who's
Urban? I forget if it's Carl or Keith.
Carl.
He's something Urban.
Carl.
Urban? The singer? The country singer?
Carl.
No, the actor. But he's very good. He's very good.
Carl.
He says Carl. Yeah. So anyway, the point is he's very good. I think he gets the right essence of Dread. They didn't play it for comedy. They actually played it very fun. It was a fun movie. He definitely leans into the violence because he's Dread. Like, that's correct. That's accurate. But I thought they did a good job with that movie, and I thought they had some good casting choices. I enjoyed the film. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit, and I would love to have seen a sequel. I would still love to see a sequel.
Yeah, I like the original, so I'll have to check that one out. Is it on Prime or something?
I would assume so. I genuinely have no idea who's carrying it, but it's got to be on a streaming somewhere for sure.
Yeah, that would be a good one. There's not really a lot of great ones that kind of stand out in the last 6 years. It's just been, after the Marvel kind of downfall, there hasn't really been much of a filler in there. There's been a lot of movies that kind of sound like they're good and they hit the box office hard, but they had no competition. So, and all these Oscars that went to the same movie, it was like, okay, whatever. Oppenheimer, great movie if you can follow it and have the time, sure. Not a great movie. It was good. That's it.
It was all right. Yeah, I caught it. It was all right.
Yeah, it wasn't
Black
that.
Box.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We're
Black
missing
Box
those
was
good
saying,
movies.
Upper Deck should do Slap Shot.
Yeah,
I think it's a little late now. I think that time has passed. That window is past.
Yeah, we can't.
There was a time where they could have done it; it would have been fine. Now that window's passed. Black Box says Emmanuel is basically first choice. Matrix. We read that comment, but I want to make sure we emphasized it.
Matrix.
I'd buy Matrix. Matrix, I think, would be all right. Keanu Reeves would be fun.
John Wick. Did they do him? No.
I don't think you've got a card set. That'd be all right. I enjoy John Wick. That'd be good. Dom here says he watched Matrix for the first time forever the other night. It's currently never. The original Matrix is good. The sequels got increasingly dumber. But
it took
the
me
first
10
one was
years to watch that because I saw bits and pieces and I just never really. It's sort of either you like it or you don't, and I sort of.
You know what's the funniest example of this, Bobby?
Mm-hmm.
The funniest example of this. There was a movie.
Emmanuel in Space.
No, not Emmanuel in Space. I've seen Emmanuel in Space. A cinematic classic. A cinematic classic. Like truly on the top tier. Not quite Sharknado, but very close. Very close.
I did see
right
Sharknado.
there in the top tier cinematics. There was a movie with DiCaprio. There was one that was out about 10. It was about 10 years ago, and it was one that was being watched. Okay, I'll find the name of the movie.
We kind of guessed. Give us a little bit of a hint.
It was the one that was messing with people's heads. I got it here. It's actually it was actually more than that. 14 years ago. It was 2010. So it was the one that was kind of messing with people's heads.
Catch Me If You Can?
No, that was a heist movie. That was very straightforward. There was one that was very wacky in what it was.
What was it called?
Well, I'll give the name would be giving it away. I can tell you now. I've got it in front of me. Yeah, it's Inception. So Inception.
Oh my god!
But here's the thing. I had heard about Inception forever. Yep. I literally own a copy of it, and I still haven't watched it. I literally have a copy. I still haven't watched it.
You turn it on. It's one of those ones where you don't know where the beginning, the end is. If you tried to explain it to somebody, you couldn't. It was just a dream of a movie. Basically, it was so far out in left field, and everybody. It's sort of like a Jackson Pollock painting. Everybody gets something out of it, but you don't know what it is, kind of thing. That's what that movie was, and I was hyped, and I went to the movie theater, and honestly, it just went, wow! Thank God the popcorn was good. Just saying.
There you go. Boys release would be amazing. Jason Bourne movies. I think it's reasonable. That's not bad. Yep. You use US Sports Car says Inception still blows my mind. So I've made it into my commitment It has been 14 years. I literally physically own a copy of this movie.
Do it.
I was like, I have made it my commitment. Before this year is over, I have to watch this shit, if for no other reason than I own a copy of this stupid movie. It's been long enough.
I like fantasy movies, but when the reality gets way past even the fantasy part, it stops being the plot loses me. I'm gone. I'm just sort of like, do I have to think about every scene in great detail to figure it out, the next step to the next step to the next? Those ones are just, wow. It's too much to comprehend. I'm just there to entertain myself and sit down and have a movie and just see a happy ending and take off. That's it. I don't need to sit there and ponder it and have somebody talk a soliloquy of, oh, did you realize that this was this and that was, if you didn't, it's like, whatever, dude. Just keep the movies pretty simple.
Yeah, that's fair. Michael Ham says, love the new Sharpies. Random, but we accept it.
No, it's not as random as you think.
Uh-oh.
I guarantee, because I'm not gonna promote this. He's a sick son of a bitch.
Well, that's fair.
I guarantee you, I am making a guarantee right now, 10:36 p.m. Oh, whatever the hell date it is, because I have no idea. That Michael Ham will be arrested by the federal government of the United States.
In Florida or out of town? In Atlanta?
He is a Florida man, so if they're going to arrest him, they should have done it by now.
The federal government
at the wing shop.
The federal government of this great country is going to come knocking on his door.
Oh, you lost me a great country, like average country.
He's going to go. He's going to be taken to a black site. Never to be heard of again.
They're going to take him to Cleveland? He's going to the National? Oh, my God.
Jeez.
I'm just letting you know. Do not follow up on this. Ignore him.
There's been a lot
I'm
of
telling you, he is going to have the federal government, at least the ATF. The ATF is going to be at his door. I'm telling you.
I see. Interesting.
There's been a lot of bad feedback about Cleveland and how and how that you have to pay somebody to unload your vehicle. They have to go through the union and all this other stuff that goes on. That you have to pay this extra fees for they unload your cars, they unload everything for you. There's lots going on with that. So not a lot of happy people.
I guess so.
So I've heard. This is inside stuff. That's what we come to the show for, to give the inside view.
Yeah. All right. US Sports Car here says Inception is a good crack a beer and stay awake movie. If you ever saw Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Inception is in that ballpark. I actually like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's not bad.
Yeah, the premise was there, but it was almost like a useless movie at the end of the day.
Bobby, I don't disagree with your concept entirely. I'm just saying, like, I physically own the movie. Like, I should watch the damn thing for no other reason. Like, I physically have it. The disc is there. I could literally just throw it in the machine.
It was one. A good movie is like the one you would like to watch 2 or 3 times. It's been 8 years. I haven't seen that. I gotta watch that again. And there's certain movies that are like that. When you know some of the endings, or Inception, you can't really. It's like, I know you can't change it. It doesn't do anything. But you can watch. I don't know. Nacho Libre. I watched Nacho Libre the other day, and I laughed again. It was just so good. Yep. Especially when they smack people. It's like, love it.
All right, I'll read a couple of these here. You'll never detect anything. That's what Ham says.
Ignore him.
Ty says USA's bad country, Canada's national health care, but from what I heard, it's only for emergency. You heard incorrectly. Which should tell you that you're already screwed. You even heard wrong on that.
I don't know about this healthcare. Rurally, it is difficult, to find. But in Toronto, we have no problem.
Rurally, everything's difficult. Rurally, life is difficult.
Yeah,
that's a different conversation. Rurally, sure. In most of the country, in the cities, no, you can get healthcare for whatever. You'll be fine.
And you get an appointment whenever. Get an operation whenever. I just, I don't.
Unless you're a peasant, in which case, you deserve to die, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Different problem entirely. I have no issues. Never had a problem.
Nope.
But for the peasants, maybe the peasants had an issue, but I can't help you there. Let them eat cake.
I like cake.
Yeah,
But I
I'm
think
just
they
saying.
blanket everything. Like All Canada says a boot. It's like I don't even know where that comes from. Is
Look.
that
So
Newfoundland?
just so we get away from the jokes here, just so we get away from the jokes and be more serious. Healthcare and education are province by province. Each
Yes.
one of them get their own say. So it'd be like if your state got to determine what level of healthcare you get.
It's not
So that would be the best way to think about it.
Yeah.
It depends. The answer is it depends on where you are and what they decided to do.
Yeah.
That's
you
it.
have to understand that, the Western provinces, it's all rural.
Yeah.
There's no big
This is a different
cities. You've got
conversation.
lots
That's
of-
a different beast entirely.
It is.
In Southern
So-
Ontario, it's not that big a problem.
No problem. You have your choice of hospitals.
Yeah, you do what you need to do. Do what you need to do, bro.
So
My choice is the closest one.
And for the most part, like I have gone into emergency. I don't need them all the time, but I've gone into emergency rooms and I've had no problem getting service. I get what I need and I get
There's
out.
a lineup, sure.
Yeah.
But
if it's more urgent and you need it, it gets there. Carlos Sr. has had a couple of surgeries and he's needed a couple of things. He's gotten every single one of the things he's needed. They've all happened.
But I think that blanket statement isn't so blanket,
Yeah.
It's more of an Afghan kind of statement.
Yeah. The reality is, like, it's been there when it's been needed. And if you even in the most recent thing where Carlos Sr. unfortunately got COVID a little while back, if you remember, I did a thing where I mentioned that it was there and I was kind of keeping an eye on everything. He had to be in the hospital for like a month and a half. In the US, it would have been like $100 trillion to pay for that hospital.
And here,
you know what cost him?
Free.
Nada. He needed it, he got it, and it was done. It was taken care of.
There's a benefit in that, but the benefit is that you're highly taxed. But
it's pluses and minuses, my friends. It's pluses and minuses. You pay a price.
We don't have a
price.
military.
Tom, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. All right, we unlocked a new character. We brought someone in. We brought someone in from the États-Unis, the United States, so that Eric doesn't feel alone. He doesn't feel lonely. But just to be clear, Dom, Eric still sucks, though. Like, just to be clear, he's trash.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here, guys. This has been something that I enjoy watching on my Fridays when I'm free, and it's just really cool that you guys asked me to be on. But yeah, I can't add to the Canada talk too much. I still haven't been there yet. It's on my bucket list, but
it's fake. Canada's not real, Dom.
No,
it's a lie we tell to the Americans.
Okay,
it's not even a thing. It's not even a thing. In fairness, like anything north of Eric isn't even real anyway.
Whereabouts are you, Dom?
I'm in CT, so I'm northeast as well.
You're right.
I know that's part of the reason I did that. That's part of the reason I know enough to know that there's a reason I did that. But go on.
No, definitely. But yeah, Boston sports fan. But I don't live and die with the Bruins the same way that Eric does. Thankfully.
No one does. No one does. Bobby Orr is like, fuck
more
those
of a
guys.
football, baseball guy.
Yeah, that's fair. Listen, like I said, Eric has spent his entire life under the lie that, even the Bruins care. They don't.
They don't. Did you see them play?
But I'm saying, even the retirement, like Bobby Orr is literally fuck those guys. I hate them. Absolute trash. Absolute trash. Just horrific. And I was serious earlier. Listen, I've had a chance to listen to some of the Leafs fans. The Leafs fans are the most pathetic human beings in the world. They really are. No disrespect, Bobby, but they're very sad. But the point is, they're at the stage where they are rooting actively, not for the Leafs to win. They just want to be able to lord it over the Boston Bruins. They hadn't won a series since 1959, bro. That's longer than the Stanley Cup drought. The Bruins may as well dissolve the franchise at that point. It's fantastic.
Yeah, they're like the get right formula for all the teams, whether it was the St. Louis Blues and the Stanley Cup. It doesn't matter. Like if you have a bad streak going, you want to be matched up against the Boston Bruins.
Where were the Blues at?
They'll find a way. Cup? Exactly.
It worked one time. It worked one time. It counts technically. It counts technically. That's fair.
They almost made it to 68.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab. I want to chat with you for a little bit now that you're here.
Okay.
I'm going to grab a quick refill, but before I do me a favor. Could you briefly introduce yourself a little bit? Because I know you and I've appreciated you participating in the chat. That's why I invited you to come by. But can you introduce yourself briefly? And I know you've got a couple of channels, you got a podcast thing going on. Feel free. Now is a good moment. Feel free to share.
I appreciate it. I can definitely fill the air. Yeah, so I'm Dom. My card channel is Staven Sports Cards. I'm 24 years old, and I collect mainly baseball cards. Post-war vintage is kind of my wheelhouse. So I enjoy to collect post-war vintage. A lot of the more obscure non-Topps and Bowman stuff is what I try to go for where I can. But I'm a big nut for the Hall of Fame. So I collect pre-war, junk wax, modern Hall of Fame prospecting with both signatures, rookie cards, my Red Sox, just trying to kind of like Carlos was talking about earlier, have a bunch of pieces in the pie. So I'm never too like invested or stressed out by anything. I have so many different ways I can go.
Get stressed out.
Exactly. But yeah, so I enjoy doing that. And me and my buddy Jake, who has a YouTube channel, Legends Never Die. Actually, we have a Hall of Fame podcast called Cracking Cooperstown that we do over on his channel. It's also on Spotify for those of you that do audio only. And we talk about Hall of Fame prospecting, voting, cases, and collecting Hall of Famers because it's something that we're both super passionate about doing. So that's been a lot of fun. And Jake, the name Cracking Cooperstown has a double meaning, not just cracking into Cooperstown, getting elected, but Jake also does not like graded cards. So he will crack a slab of a baseball card every single episode. And that kind of fills in the name there. But that's been a blast to do with him. And like Carlos has said, I've been on blessed to be invited on to different channels for live streams and conversations and all that great stuff as well.
Now, I'm going to add a little thing here since you brought it up.
Yeah.
So one other little bonus, I don't know if too many people are familiar with it. So Jake, Legends Never Die, also is the one who's in charge of the YouTube Hall of Fame now.
Mm-hmm.
He's taken that over, which of course is one of my favorite things in the world.
Oh, I know.
So one other thing I'll add as well is that Jake is actually part of a vintage trading group called Old Baseball Cards. So I don't know if he's ever had that conversation with you, but I don't know if you're familiar with what I'm talking about. You know that one?
Yeah, OBC.
Yeah, OBC, right. Now, if you go to the OBC website and you go take a look at retired members and you go take a look at that, you'll probably find my name. Just throw that out there. I actually mentioned that to Jake one time. He referenced it out of the blue, and I go, "Oh, interesting." And I just said, "Yeah, go look in the retired section there. That's like Alcazar. That's me." So I'm familiar with that group. I'm familiar with them.
That group's been going around for a long time, right?
Yeah, they were around since the early '90s. They started on.
I did join myself at one time, just getting some digging for some other information.
Sure.
I joined a lot of groups, but that was one of them.
Yeah, they did. Initially, they were on, I want to say CompuServe, and then they went to AOL. Yeah. And that was like the early days. We're talking like early 90s. So this is literally almost a decade before you were born, Dom.
Yeah.
The better part of a decade before you were born, that group existed. And I joined them around 95, 96. I think it's still before you were born.
I think I would.
So at that time, I was the youngest member of that group. So I was collecting the vintage. That's why I enjoy. So just so we're all on the same page, I enjoy very much your Das Wunderkind, approach to the vintage. And I appreciate that they enjoy that you're a younger guy who collects vintage, because once upon a time that was me. That's why I get a little bit of a kick out of it. Now at this point I'm old, so it's done. I'm done. It's over. But once upon a time I was the young guy collecting the vintage at that time. That was my role back then.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a handful of younger people around my age or a little younger that are into the vintage stuff, but I do feel like the majority of the connections I've made are a little bit older, but that's just fine. I mean, that's just less competition for me with the people that I'm worried about. So I enjoy that. But that's the thing about baseball is American history. It's Americana, and just being able to own pieces that are old, 40, 50, 60, 100 years old, that have a story behind them, and the connections that you get with the cards, whether you were with a friend or got connected through a dealer or traveled to a different state to get them. There's just a lot of cool stuff when it comes to hunting for those antiquities and different things. So I very much enjoy the old stuff for sure. I
agree. Eric's definitely an antiquity. Oh, that's not what you meant. Sorry, that's not what you were referring to. My apologies. I inferred incorrectly. I just enjoyed that you include like 40, 50, 60. It's like, yep, I'll start off with the 40 demographic, and then I think we've got those covered. I think we've got the next couple covered there.
Well, not much in the 40s.
Really. I'll cover the 40s. 40s is basically me. And Baubles allegedly, although he looks like he's in his 140s. That's a different conversation. That's a different discussion. But no, I appreciate it and I enjoy it. And that's why it's fun for me. And I think you, Dom, you've gotten the gist of that. I enjoy kind of poking. And so the reason why I have so much fun with it is because I once upon a time was the young guy collecting vintage. I did put in my time, but I also studied my works because at that time it was the books. At that time it was the Bob Lemke books. It was the SCDs. It was those things, and that's where you got your information. You had to go through the book. I have the vintage version of it still just within arm's reach over here. But at that time, the old ones. So my first copy was the 1998 copy, and it was the full. It was the vintage and the modern, and it was like 1,200, 1,500 pages. It was a stupidly large tome, but like the first chunk of it was all the vintage stuff. It was all the pre-war. It was all the way through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then they would include the modern 96, 97, 98. So it was fun, but that's how we got our information back then. And then Net 54 forum for the pre-war. That's how you went down that way. And then OBC had its database. And by database, I mean you had people who collected it. They knew the sets, they knew the things, and you learned by talking to them. That's how you learn, because they had already done that work. They had done that research. And some of those guys, unfortunately, aren't around anymore. So they're not available to tell the story. So folks like me, I was fortunate to be able to chat with them back then. I have that information. So from time to time, I'll dole a little bit about it just for fun. But it's fun. It's fun because I still got a foot in the modern. I enjoy collecting some of the current players or some of the guys that are later on because it's still enjoyable. I'm not vintage only, but I'll still collect vintage, but I'll pick and choose what I like. That's really what it comes down to. That's the key.
Yeah, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. I'm kind of the inverse. I collect mostly the vintage, but I like different modern players and sets and parallels, and I'll purchase stuff like that as well. But like you said, the research, vintage can look like it's a big book to a lot of people, but it's in today's, all the different resources, all the articles and websites and different things that you can read up on. It's easily digestible now. So you just have to pace yourself, go at your own pace, learn about players and eras that you find interesting, and you can absorb quite a bit of knowledge and find out about a lot of stuff that the majority of collectors don't really pay attention to or collect. So
because it's all over the internet, that's one of the things that I did is I culminated the information of hockey all together into one, so you could buy a price guide or whatever, and it was kind of all there, and it slowly got us through it. They haven't done that in baseball. Old Cardboard has some nice things, and there's other little sites, but it's everywhere, and you got to search here and there, and there's no one thing that comes together beyond the Beckett or Tough Stuff or whatever that used to put out. So going forward, you're young, documenting a few of those. A lot of people don't know about the 48 Hocus Pocus 55 ones. Those cards are really cool. A lot of great baseball players. I've seen some of those go for thousands of dollars. It's just, there's a lot of great stuff out there that is yet to be documented, because you look online, there's a lot of misleading information because the guy gives him his opinion of what he thinks, and I'm sitting there going, that's wrong. It's like, what are you doing? And I can't stop it. What am I going to do? So, it's nice if somebody could really kind of set up a site that kind of document things. Like the sets are done. It's just all the other stuff that's kind of on the side that you said you were somewhat interested in, right?
Yeah, that kind of stuff is fun, and there's a lot of opportunity with that stuff because there's just some people that don't know what they have or label things incorrectly, and that even happens with the grading companies. There's been multiple Topps test issues that I've bought that were labeled wrong by PSA, and
PSA has my app.
The card for significantly less than what it was worth because they labeled it the wrong.
Yes. And that does happen. And we're trying to fix that going forward. You're freezing up a bit there, Dom.
Yeah, no, I can see him kind of glitching in.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was just my end.
Yeah. No, we can see you. We can still hear you, but it's just slowing down. It's glitching a little bit. You're kind of roboting on us. So it's okay. We were able to hear you, though.
Okay.
Now, what I will say, and I think I agree with it, but let me kind of pose a question to you. So now we got an opportunity. We can ask a little bit of questions. So now,
all right,
let's put you under the hot seat a little bit. Fresh blood. Listen, I've already beaten up on Eric all night. So we'll give Eric a couple of minutes off. Eric, you're off the hook for a couple of minutes. Congratulations.
Leave the old guy alone.
Congratulations. Yeah, and then we'll get back to beating you like a redheaded stepchild that you are. We'll get back to that shortly, but for now, we'll move on. So let me ask this. And this is fun for me because, as I said, I was once upon a time in your shoes. This is why it's enjoyable for me. Okay, so here's my question. It has changed because, to your point, so I think you said you were 24?
Yeah.
Okay, so that for me would have been around 2007. So at that point, things had moved. Yeah,
24 years.
That was like a million years ago. Oh my God. So anyway, the point is that so at that time, internet was already going, a lot of things were happening, but 07, we really hadn't gotten to the level of sophistication we were at. We had obviously advanced a lot from the 90s internet that I was on, the early message board days. We'd moved a lot. We'd improved a lot of things, but we weren't there yet. 2007 would be like, oh my God, OG YouTube at that point. Oh my God. Like we weren't even there. We were still, we had a lot of work to do. We had a lot of work to do to get to where we are today. But what's interesting to me, and this is basically the angle that I wanted to take on this with you, is that obviously you've got the different things you're working on your research, you're figuring out, you're learning about the game, you're learning about the sets, you're learning about the players and everything. And you've got a lot of resources at your disposal now, because there's a lot of folks, especially in YouTube, that could fill you in on a lot of these things. Again, wasn't available at the time, but now it is. So here's my question. There's the expanding of the horizons, but then there's also the narrowing of focus. So kind of where are you in that journey of it? There's just so many things out there, but at the same time, you're not going to be able to get everything, even if you wanted to. At the same time, though, maybe you have your interest in certain areas. So where are you in the expanding the horizons and narrowing the focus? Where is that process happening?
I feel like that is the ever longing question in collecting. I think that's a constant flux of both. I feel like you said, I'm 24, so I feel like I'm still just reaching out and seeing how much I can learn, especially with the pre-war stuff. Yeah, with the pre-war stuff too. There's so much that I don't know or can't identify right away because they have a lot of those different designations that are just a bunch of numbers after a W, and that kind of stuff is fun to learn about and read about those players and those time frames and how those were distributed as well.
Went with the W. He went with the strip cards. My goodness.
Yeah.
My.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a lot of cool stuff out there to collect, and I think that's kind of great because they're all wants at the end of the day, and you're never going to have them all. But being able to research as digestible as it is now about as many different things, just so you know a little bit about enough stuff to be dangerous when you run into it in the wild at an estate sale, a tag sale, a card show, etc. I just want to know as much as I can, and then kind of focus on my bigger collections. Like I have Carly Yastrzemski, I collect a lot of his stuff, Frank Robinson. So just there's certain players that I focus in on a little bit more, but I want to have as wide of a reach and as wide of a variety in my collection as I can. And I think my main focus has been trying to pick up the stuff that you don't see at every single card show, because the iconic Topps and Bowman stuff, it's great, but you'll find it at every show that has vintage dealers. You'll find them. You just have to have the money to pay for it. That's all it needs. So there's more interesting stuff out there to me that you don't find at every card show, and that's kind of where the main focus and money goes now. But there's still iconic Topps cards and rookies and autographs and different things that, like you were saying with your collection, like I like having the variety and different lanes to go down, so it doesn't get too monotonous, or I'm trying to go after really tough stuff all the time and I'm missing out because there's only a few opportunities. So I'm always trying to be on those, but there's plenty of other things that I like to collect.
All right. No, I think it's a very good winding political answer. I like what you did there. I like very, very smart. You're not fooling me, but I enjoyed it. I appreciated it where you went with that.
Yeah.
But no, I think that's fair. I think right now, look, as much teasing as I like to do, I'm having my fun with it, and take it in stride as me having a little fun. But I don't think there's anything wrong right now. The advantage, we talked about the whole being young thing. Right now, you're early enough in your hobby development that you have the opportunity to look around a little bit. You can look around the space, and there's so much stuff right now because, to your point, you haven't been exposed to a lot of it already. So you actually have the opportunity to look at it with fresh eyes, which is actually very handy when you're trying to figure out what you like. The only thing that I would advise is as you go along, there's so many directions. There's the squirrel, the shiny item. You can get distracted very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I think though that doesn't mean that you can't start developing taste. And I think you've got some players in certain categories that I think you're interested in, which I think is good. I think that will help center you. And the only reason I'm saying this is because in my collecting journey, which you're in the kind of like the first quadrant of that. So if I follow my path and then I look at you're in the first quadrant of what hopefully will be a long path. So the good news is in that first quadrant, that doesn't mean you can't establish a couple of pillars. And that's basically what I did. In that early stage, I was like looking at different stuff. I tried experimenting with different things, but I developed a couple of pillars. And those have actually stuck with me because I actually consider them very carefully. Those have been my rock. No matter what's gone on, those will still remain solid. And then I've added more things as time has gone forward. And I think that's a good way. As you figure out what your lanes are, you can have multiple lanes, but you develop a couple early. And then as you get more developed, you learn more stuff, you add another lane. Maybe there's a couple more that you'd be interested in because you've learned now. You've learned more stuff. So now you know what you're doing in this other category. And actually, that's super interesting to me. And then you just keep adding. The good news is you're in the marathon. You're in the first stages of the marathon. You've only started, which is actually, it's a beautiful thing. It really is.
No, it's great. And I don't know if Paul was asking me about vintage football. I do have some vintage football. So the main player that I collect for vintage football is actually Floyd Little, Hall of Fame running back from the Denver Broncos, because he's from New Haven, Connecticut, and I ran track at the Floyd Little Athletic Center when I was in high school. So I have that little personal connection there. But for football, it's more so the players that I watched as opposed to the vintage. With baseball, it just has a more consistent, rich history of cardboard for me to learn about and dive into than football does. So that's why the vintage baseball is the majority of my collecting. But yeah, vintage football is great. And I think it's significantly underpriced compared to the baseball and different basketball cards that I see.
Todd Van Poppel rookies. This is true. These are facts. Will here from the Discord. So be wary of. Look, Paul and Will are both from the Discord that I'm on. So be very wary. Be very, very, very careful. Dom, be very careful of these influences. These horrible people that you're listening to. Be careful. Evening Jets, don't listen to Paul and vintage football. Not his lane. Could be. Who knows? Who knows? Paul here says found a super nice raw copy of 68 Tops. That's made with the PSA 6 little on eBay right now. There you go, Paul. Could Dom be the next John Mangini? Do you aspire to such heights?
So John has the impossible goal of getting a card from every single set ever released. Like that's his like big collecting goal. He wants to open a museum with an example from every set ever. I think I know that I'm never going to get to that level of having that much variety. I think that would just be a little overwhelming and probably out of my tax bracket. But I do aspire to the level of knowledge and ability to just be able to like pull out and recognize and remember all the names and distribution and things that he has. And he's definitely been someone that's been a great hobby friend and mentor to me in different ways. I've gotten to meet him a couple of times in person. So John's a great guy. But I don't think I'm going to be necessarily the next Mangini. There's only one of those guys.
Bless you for taking that question literally from my audience, Tom.
Yeah.
Bless you. Bless you. Thank you, Bob Boozle. The most amazing collection of reverse negative pennants I've ever seen. Facts. By the way, one of my enjoyable things, and I don't get a chance. So Dom, so let's have a quick conversation. I'm enjoying the chat because it's fun to have a little bit of a contrast to the norm. So you've seen enough of these to know kind of how I operate. So I'm not really showing anything that I haven't already done. So one of the things that is kind of fun is that I do watch a lot of YouTube, a ton. And what's funny is I barely watch television at this point. I watch way more YouTube. I got to be honest with you. I do. But what's one of the enjoyable things, but I rarely leave comments. I'm not a comment guy. It's not my deal. Although once in a blue moon, I will leave one. But I've checked out some of your stuff as well. But it was funny that Carlisle mentioned that. It's like, because the way you've got the camera set up, I don't know, are you using a laptop or an iPhone or what do you use?
I'm just using my laptop with my webcam.
Yeah, I always love that the laptop. I assumed it was a laptop, and I thought I would ask anyway. I always enjoy that the laptop reverses it, so it's one of those things where you'll see the kind of so when you show the card, it'll suddenly be reversed. Like if you look, you can read that, right?
Yeah,
It's showing up as normal. Yeah. So what they do is they do the reverse, and it's always kind of fun the way it works that way. It's just an interesting thing the way it works. And nothing wrong with that though. I bet there's a setting though. You could probably flip it. It just might be a setting, so it's just kind of neat when you're showing a card though, to show it right side up. So it's one of those things where just something to keep in the back of your mind. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun with it, but that's okay. I think that's kind of enjoyable. But the other part of it, kind of relating to it, is that I have a lot of fun with Menji. Because and I don't know if you've heard of some of my fun that I have with it. I don't have a problem with what he does. I think he's got a great collection. I think he's got it. But he does have opinions. I got opinions too. But I do think that there are certain times where it'll be like, this isn't that serious. This doesn't warrant this much energy to. It's not worthy of a response. Is it? But it's what I like to call Mangini bait. It'll be a topic that, oh my God, he's got to have a rant video on it. Hold on, everyone, settle back. Grab your beer. The man's about to have a Mangini rant. Mangini bait has been initiated, and now we got to listen to it, at least for a minute, and then move on with our lives. But that isn't to say that the guy doesn't have some knowledge on some of these items, because he has collected a lot of things. Although, to be fair, kind of comparison, since you brought it up, there is an advantage. we joke about it. There's an advantage to being old. If you were able to buy shit earlier, guess what? That's how it works. I have a 53 Topps Mantle, but I have a 52 Topps Mantle because I bought it 15 years ago. And at the time, the going rate was $650. It is not $650 today. That's just time. That's the advantage of time. You were 9 years old when I bought that. So I have an advantage simply because I was around with the ability to spend $650 at the time, because that was the going rate. Today, it's more, simply because of the way we are. That nothing wrong with that, but that's just reality. That's how it works with the vintage, unfortunately. But that's the good news, is that you have to kind of pick your spots. That doesn't mean you can't get really cool stuff. That doesn't mean you can't find opportunities and get it. You just have to be a lot more creative, because it gets more expensive as go along. I paid more for my 53 Bowman Mantle than I did for my 53 Topps Mantle, because I bought the 53 Bowman one later. That's the only thing that happened. 53 Topps is worth more, but 53 Bowman, I bought it later, so it cost me more money. That's it. Funny how that timing works. Amanda, good evening. Am I too late to run Eric's TV? Never. Never. And a pleasure hanging out with you at the Expo. Dom, you got to get your ass up to Expo. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that I'd like to do at some point. The traveling to card shows is relatively new to me. I'm going to the National the last couple of years, but I do think that I want to make more of an effort to have those kind of experiences. The Expo, I saw a ton of people had fun in Strongsville a few weeks back. Dallas Card Show, they're doing the big one in California now with the card shop. I'm blanking on the name, but there's a bunch of those bigger like event card shows that seem to be around for me to kind of be able to go out to now.
Oh, I agree. Look, the reality is we tease and we joke about it. Look, I have so much fun. It is one of the great joys. So I'm going to read a couple of comments, but I want to have a little fun with this, because this is great joy for me. I enjoy it very much. So Zach says, subscribe to your podcast. Sounds awesome. So there you go, Dom. You got another one. All I ask is hit the like button if you haven't. Facts. Make sure you hit the like button for Eric. Do it for Eric. If you hate Eric, you can do it for Eric to make him suffer. If you like Eric, do it to support Eric. Either way it works. Doesn't really matter one way or the other. Just saying. Dom, you got to teach the people to hit the like button. That's important. Really important.
Oh, every time I'm on there, I like it because Eric's got to pay.
That's correct.
You caught him early. That's really good. Sorry, I was doing a deal, but I was listening.
It's all right. Sorry about it. I get it. It's all good. It's all good.
Business first, right?
It's all in the chat. That's right.
I got to score.
Wherever fan club, Indigenous Rookie Cards to present. Facts. We'll get this taken care of, Amanda. We cannot let you out of this club. It's important.
Amanda's here.
So what I was going to say is one of the great joys, and it's been a running shtick, but it's actually become more true as time has gone on. I'm kind of there are different destination shows, obviously, and I'm of the mindset. I actually think the National has kind of jumped the shark a little bit for me, and I actually am more inclined to look at some of the regional shows. Fanatics, obviously. Fanatics Overlords. Blessed be thy name.
Mhm.
If they cut the check. If they cut the check, I'm in, Dom. Like I will
they
sell
got
out
their
so
show
hard.
coming.
I will sell out
Yeah,
so hard. I'll take the extra money, buddy. And listen, I'll take it. Just saying.
But they got their own show coming. Watch out.
That's what I'm saying.
Mhm. Yeah, they're doing
But
the
for
New
me,
York
the
one.
Nationals. For me, the Nationals jumped the shark a little bit. I think there are some appealing elements to it, but it is also very expensive. Like, and this is, I don't know if you caught wind of this, but for the last National, I had actually booked a hotel room. I had a booking set up.
Mhm.
And I would have gone, but I started doing the numbers. I crunched the math, and I sat there, and I'm like, I'm not paying for this shit. Hell no. No. And then it's going to cost me this much to travel over there, and this much.
You know the
So I
Trout
let it
card
go.
you could buy with that money?
Oh my God! Imagine how many Mike Trout cards I could buy with that money. I can't even imagine. Like, my God.
$5 million
Especially with the injury dip.
Whoo! Listen. By the way, it's not a joke. I have my fantasy team because the chat suggested that I should draft him. And I literally had that conversation with draft. Should I draft the Fish Boy?
Mhm.
I don't like the Fish Boy, but should I draft Fish Boy? The chat said yes, so I did it. And look, the bastard knee surgery. Can't even rely on.
You got a good month out of him.
A whole month. He was hitting 10 home runs, but he batted 220. Woo! First ballot Hall of Famer, that guy.
That's just today's baseball, man.
True.
But anyway, so what I was going to say was that we've got all these wonderful regional shows. So for me, I'm almost looking at it like if I was going to spend the time, I would almost be more inclined. Now, that isn't to say I'm going to set it up. I would almost rather go to a Dallas show. I know some folks down that way. I could meet up with some of those folks. And so key point. I don't need to go to any of these shows for cards. That's not important. But I know some folks down that way, so I can meet up with them, hang out and chat and whatever. So that would be good. Even the Strongsville show under the right circumstances, that would be kind of fun because I do know the vintage side of things, and that'd be all right. And there's some folks that I know that would go down that way. So that'd be kind of fun. So that'd be a good one. And there's the Philly show. There's a couple other regional shows that would be all right. I think that would be enjoyable. They should put one in Vegas, though. That's important. Like, just do it for me. Put it in Vegas.
Go to Philly.
Yeah. But the point is that you've got all these wonderful regional shows, and you could probably attend 2 or 3 of them a year and pretty much get your fill and still hang out with a lot of the same folks that you're talking about for national. So for me, the not national covers that I do every year has become increasingly more fun. As time has gone on, I've become more inclined to be like, now listen, if I had all the money in the world, I still wouldn't attend nationals just on principle. I'd rather do not national covers somewhere else.
Yeah.
No, it's fair. It's definitely not cheap, but kind of like you said, it being over the top. The first time I went to the National, it was more so the experience. It was on my bucket list to go to the National.
Sure.
But becoming part of this great community we have on YouTube, I met so many great people in Atlantic City that I wanted to go back in Chicago. And the turnout was even bigger because the West Coast people could actually make it to Chicago as opposed to Atlantic City. So the social hour aspect, as opposed to at a regional show, you might meet up with a handful of people. At the National, there's almost too many people. There's so many really.
Now you are touching on something interesting here. You're touching on something interesting here, though.
Hang out with.
For sure, but you are touching on something very interesting here.
Interesting before that.
Okay, go ahead.
Dom, you're 24. You shouldn't have a bucket list yet. A bucket list comes when you get to a certain age. Like, I got bucket list. Eric has, but Carlos, I don't even think he's getting close to bucket list. But
I've got a pre-order on a bucket. I've got a pre-order on a bucket.
I don't know, man. Yeah, tomorrow's not promised. I can make a bucket list any day, right?
You can. But it's the things that you wish you would have done, and we'll probably do one day, but you still got lots of time.
So what I was going to say, though, is that you had a very interesting point that you made that I think is actually worth exploring here for a second. I think you brought something up that was interesting, and that is this. I think the reason why I say that I feel the Nationals jumped the shark is a couple of different aspects. The cost is one thing. That's a legitimate thing. But by the way, I almost feel like it's weird because I almost feel like I have to reemphasize this over and over again because it's weird that I have to, of all people, the guy who explains to people constantly that they're peasants, has to consistently explain that this is a reality of life. This is important. Shit costs money. People have jobs. They got other things they need to pay for. I'm more fortunate than most that my expenses are very straightforward. I know what I need to take care of. It's fine. That's helpful. But the point is that for most of the hobby, $100 purchase is a decision. That's important. Important thing to consistently remind people because we seem to forget for some reason. As a result, the cost now to go to the National for most people is exorbitant. It is so high as to be unjustifiable. But you talk about hanging out with folks. That's true. But here's what's funny. The jump the shark thing also applies to that. So many people go out of their way to make the National one of their destinations that you almost don't have enough time. And this is important because we have this with the Expo. I like going to both Expos, spring and fall. The fall is the busier of the two, but the spring one is a little more chill sometimes. And the advantage of that is that when I go, and I did this on Sunday and I did this on Saturday a little bit as well. When I go and hold court at the food court and we're sitting there chilling and a bunch of us are sitting around tables, I did this with Mike Canadian Cards, from basically YouTube as well. We all know who that is. We were able to sit for a while and chat and drink beer and hang out and just chill and hang out and chat. At a National, it's tough to do. With the size of the scope of the show at this point, running into people is very difficult. I ran into a bunch of people over the course of the show that I was able to quickly say hello to. The Expo is not a small show, but it's not so ridiculously large that you physically cannot see certain people over the course of days walking the floor. The National has kind of become that. Some of these regional shows, though, if I want to chat with Mike O, I'm going to have a much easier time going to the Philly show and chatting with him and chatting with Western Riff and chatting with some of the locals there. If I go down to the Texas one, if I go down to Dallas show, I'm going to have a much easier time chatting with some of the folks that are down by regionally that way. So it's not about seeing people. It's about quality time. This is the point that I'm trying to get across here. Some of these regional shows, though, because there's less physical people in the space, it actually is easier to have a quality conversation with some of these people as opposed to a quick, hey, how's it going? Hey, it's going good. How are you? How are you? And then your ship's in the night because you physically don't have enough time to chat with all these people. So do you get more value out of FaceTime with a ton of people for a couple of moments or quality conversations with a smaller group of people? That'd be my question.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see both sides of the argument because for a lot of people, like you said, they make the National like their one thing. And if they live on another side of the country, like that's your one opportunity to hang out with them. And just as you have like your like cast of friends that you're really close with and go to these regional shows and the Expo with, at the National, it's not necessarily cliquey, but the people that you're closer with, you do spend those quality moments and more of the time with. But you do try to make time to meet other people or see someone that you haven't seen in a while and have those conversations and show off pickups and different things. And that's kind of what's great about it is because not only can you try to make time on the show floor during the day, but they do get-togethers during the evenings at hotels where we all kind of just get up, share drinks, stories, cards, etc. So there's a lot I think that's valuable in that experience as well. But for like regional shows, I've went up to like the Cranston, Rhode Island show with my buddy Picker Jim S and Mark Hoyle, who's a good friend of ours as well, and getting to hang out with them and have more of like just singled off like conversations without all the noise and time and rush that can happen at the National. It's also satisfying. So it kind of just depends on what your goal is or what you're looking to do. But I think it's kind of beautiful that so many people that are from all over the world with different lives and everything like that are connected through the hobby and through YouTube and get together in these great spaces. And you're able to be talking to Dr. Beckett for 10 minutes and then talking to Dylan from Hawaii later on. So there's just a whole range of people that you can talk to at the National that you're not going to be able to experience at a regional show either.
We just call him Jim, but yes.
Yeah, we call him Jimbo. Yeah. Look, he can be a doctor when he can write me a prescription, Dom. When he can write me a prescription and he can give me drugs, then he can be a doctor. Until then, he's not a doctor. Eric's closer to being a doctor.
Tom, did you go to the Shriner show last weekend?
I didn't go. No, I've been a few times, but I didn't go this time.
You should go and throw shit at Eric. That's great content.
I haven't ran into Eric at Shriners yet, but that could definitely.
Yeah, he's probably yelling at some children to get off his lawn randomly. Like that, there's a lot of that.
Well,
It's
I wasn't there this past weekend because I was sick in bed with the flu, but I'm usually at the Shriner shows. So, well, maybe I'll get the fall show.
Yeah, you should go. You should definitely go
Yeah,
and
I'm
throw
hoping
shit
I
at
can
Eric.
make
I mean, say hi to Eric. That's what I meant. What I said first was not what I meant. What I meant was the second thing, not the first thing. Throw shit at him. CC says here, Dom, most younger collectors focus on modern cards. Awesome to see you're into vintage cards. CC, thumbs up for that. Thank you. Zach here says the National will be so expensive just to get there. I can't imagine being underwhelmed. I'll stick with my 4-hour drive to Dallas. That's fair. That's fair.
Another thing is Canadian funds too. So for us, it's another 40 points. So
it is. Yeah, I think that's a big
factor. $3,000, you're spending like 4 or 5.
Well, I did like a rough math thing, and like in order for me to be even relevant for me to, and this isn't a joke, like I just mean it honestly, between hotels and between all the different things, I'm looking at like a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 trip. That's what it would cost me, realistically,
to say hi
to even make it worth my while to even bother with it. So it's like, just look at that number and go like, how many things could you do with $5,000? And it's like, wait, never mind. Never mind. That's a hard
10
pass.
Yaz rookie.
It was a lot of things, man. A lot of things. It's kind of crazy, but like to each their own. I don't have any knock on it. I enjoy my not national coverage because it's kind of funny for me. I enjoy being like, nah, I'm permanently banned from the national. Permanently banned because I know how to do math. It doesn't make any sense for me, but for other people, I get it. Amanda here says, to be fair, Carlos is freakishly focused. That is true. I've pretty much got my stuff locked down. Will says, I agree with Carlos. Like high school reunion, not enough time to talk with everyone we want to. Have to triage. That is true. And Dom's right though. You can make discussions with folks and meet up with certain individuals. But I was being serious. I actually think it's become tricky because the national. So let me use a concrete example. This will be an easy way to do it. Last national, the IRP guys were over at the national, but they did the thing where they were hanging out at their B&B or wherever the hell they were, like Lord knows. And they were doing that a chunk of the time, but then they visited the national for a chunk of the time. So they would be one group that I would hang out with. The Expo is a fun microcosm of this concept. We made the joke earlier about the floating head. Lord knows. God help us all. But he does his networking event. He does all his stupidity, his nonsense, garbage. But the point is that he's got that, and a bunch of people go to that. But I'm not interested in dealing with that bullshit. So I'm out. But at the same time, that doesn't mean I'm not hanging out with a bunch of folks that may also make the trip out to that thing. So I do that on some of the other days. So we've got the spread out over a 4-day spread. We can do that, meet with different folks. And I had no problem. I met with my Canadian cards. I met with Josh here from the chat. I met with a bunch of other folks that watch the show. Awesome. And it was easy enough to do. But the show is much smaller in scale. So it's way easier to track people down and be like, hey, I'll meet you wherever. I'll meet you this, meet you that. It's very difficult to arrange that at a national where it has become increasingly difficult. It has gotten to the point where it's so large, cell service is spotty, all these issues that create the problem. So yes, you can meet people after hours at the bars or wherever you're going to meet up. That's great. But you lost out on all that other time that it would have been easy to have a quick 10, 15-minute conversation and then have a conversation with this other person and then do this other thing. Because everybody's so spread over this entire large thing. I think it's just tricky because I'm almost at the point where, like, if the show is too large, it loses some of the appeal to me. That's kind of my idea. That's my thought process on it. I want the ability. The Expo is not a small show, but it is at a size where I can still track down people. I can still make arrangements. If I want to ignore Eric, Lord knows I do. So I leave him be to harass hockey players. That's great. And then we'll invite him to dinner and he'll show up late because he's an asshole. He'll claim he's hanging out with Peter Forsberg, but really he's just hanging out with a homeless bum who claims he's Peter Forsberg. He's lying to everyone.
That representation.
And the problem is that his poor wife, who's much better than him, and frankly, everyone is better than him. His poor wife will come in, she will hang out, and she will be there on time because she doesn't suck like Eric. And Lord knows, like, honestly, Eric should have never shown up. It was much better when she was there, and Eric ruined everything.
I had to give her a ride back to the hotel.
You could have done that at the very end. We didn't actually need to see you. Like, seeing you, like, almost ruined everyone's day.
I have that. That's pretty typical, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point is, Dom, Eric sucks. That's the point I'm trying to get across. The point is Eric sucks, and we have to deal with him constantly.
A little bit.
Do you see the troubles that I deal with every week, Eric? Every week, Dom. Every week.
Yeah, so that's the thing though. If you're at a bigger show, if Eric is sucking, you can just go to another part of the show and get rid of him faster.
Okay, so you're taking the other angle. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to spin it.
Is what you're selling.
Trying to spin it. It's like it's if you want to hang out with someone, it's easy enough to meet up and walk the show floor with someone. But if you want to be like, oh, I'll get to you later, like that is something that's an option too. So
Dom, I like what you're doing there. Dom, this has been a fun test for me. I've been enjoying, like, you've seen enough of these live streams. I got to put you to the test, and I'm appreciating what you're doing. Eric, the young man is doing very well.
Good for him. He can have my spot. What are you doing next Friday?
Yeah, like, listen, like, your spot is taken by a Klondike bar. Literally just a Klondike bar, a melted Klondike bar at this point.
Yeah, you signed a lifetime contract, man. Here,
Eric, you've got nowhere else to be. You literally, like, your family doesn't want you.
True.
Marcel Dion doesn't want you. Like, where else are you going to go?
Hopefully, I'll be well enough when he comes next week.
Yeah, don't disease Marcel Dion. That would be terrible.
That's true.
Don't
Hopefully
do
I
that.
can go to dinner with him.
So Stuke says, "What's up, Dom?" Thank you, Stuke.
Yes, that's a great guy. That's a perfect example. I hadn't met Scott, and at the National, I made an effort on the second day. I was just like, hey, like, here's my number. We're going to meet in the lobby. And I walked the show floor with Scott for like an hour and just talked and kind of watched his approach and did that. So you can make the time for those people as well. And it was great to get to talk to him.
Yep. By the way, just so we're all clear on this, so we're all on the same page. Tonight is kind of a chill night because there isn't really a lot of hobby news going on. Just so we're all clear. That's why I was like, Dom, come on. Scott, if you want on, just ping me on Instagram. Like, I'll send you a link. It's fine. now is an opportunity. If some of y'all want to come on, not Justin, because he was begging. Dom, don't beg me. Don't beg me for a link. If you beg me for a link, you get nothing.
To beg for to come on the show.
I'll write that down so I don't forget.
Do not beg. Don't beg. No, Eric, you're a different problem. You're contractually obligated because you literally have nothing better to do.
I gotta talk to a lawyer about how to get out of this contract.
And my first counter to be is going to be Reggie Lemon. And your case is thrown out. And what's your next idea?
I don't know. I gotta come up with
again. Back to sucking, Eric. Stop sucking, and maybe that would help you. Just throwing it out there.
I'll try.
If you could stop sucking, that'd be great.
I'll make an attempt.
Please. A little effort would go a long way. That'd be great. But yes, Scott, if you'd like, let me know, and I can shoot you a link. Because right now we're just chilling for a little bit. We're hanging out. I got to check the score on the hockey game too, actually, since I'm on it. Had pizza and PS, no trade night either. Fair, I get you. I'll get caught up here. Back to the pseudo doc talk again. By the way, this is more of a controversial take. I enjoy knocking down Dr. Beckett a little bit. It's like, you're not a real doctor. Unless it says MD at the end, you're not. Stop calling yourself a doctor. Stop it. If you're a doctor, I'm the doctor of thugonomics. So shut up. Stop it. You're a great card guy, but you're not a doctor. Stop it. Stop the IRC for the National and the YouTube Pizza Gallery. That is true. They were there for that. That is true. AC is not a thing at the National on some of the occasions. What fascinates me is dealers. Setup costs, flights, hotels. How much do they make to break even? I get people do it, of course, but it's just the cost you put up front a chance to sell. That is true. That is true. Facts. Says here, Scott says, I work for the Dallas show for the national dealer from Minnesota. Table fees, hotel travel, paying employees is small compared to what they bring in. Fair enough. Bob Bozo says, Dom's awesome appearance sticks to Justin Bodie and increases Carl's chance of making the Hall of Fame. That's true. Oh, Dom, dare I live the impossible dream? One day.
Yeah, I had you. I had you on my ballot for what it's worth.
I think it'll become the great running gag. As soon as they changed the rule to 5, I was like, oh no. The last one probably would have been the best shot because it just worked. Like, what did I end up with, 6 or 7? Something like that. Like I was literally I think I was 6. I think I was in the bubble. I was like, oh, screw you guys. It amuses me to no end. I'm not gonna lie. It amuses me to no end. See, I wouldn't know though what to do if they put it. Oh, Carlos, you got in. Oh, fuck. What am I supposed to do with this? Eric, what am I supposed to do with this? Maybe I should just get you to deliver my speech. I think that'd be the play.
You can do the very Carlos thing and make it into a coaster.
Oh, that'd be
you can get some sort of plastic case for it and just have it there for your live stream. There you go.
I've got coasters. I've got coasters for days, man. I got coasters. I got coasters. I got lots of coasters. Just saying. It's a valid point. Grandkids here tonight. Fair enough. I get it. 0-0, late second period. Fair. Thank you for the update. Thank you, Jeff. Dallas setting up a national. I believe you, though. Obviously, it must be worth it to them. Posters are great for them. Maxed out at $4.99 subs. Actually, it's been a running joke. So Dom, maybe you'll appreciate this. This has been a running gag on my channel. I have been just shy of 5,000 subs for like months. And I joke with everybody. It's like, it's plateaued. It is what it is. It'll go between like $49.98 and like $49.89. Up, down, up, down. And I'm sitting there like, actually, I'm kind of enjoying it. It never hits the 5,000. It just never gets there. It just is where it is. But I think it's weird. It doesn't really matter anyway. Like at that point, it doesn't make a difference. But it is kind of funny that I think a lot of the hobby channels have kind of plateaued. They kind of are what they are. It is what it is. I think it has quieted down. So let me pose this question to you. As a young man in the hobby, so this will be your new category, your niche. So enjoy it until you turn 30. When you turn 30, then you're an old man. It's done. So you got a couple of years left, so you enjoy it while you can. As a young man in the hobby, though, who has been around the YouTube game a little bit, what do you think where things sit right now? Because I think the collectors are doing what the collectors do. People that are interested in it are going to check it out anyway. But I think a lot of the other stuff is kind of stagnated. Kind of is where it is. So where do you think the YouTube game is sitting right now? What do you think from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is pretty tough because I pretty exclusively watch the collector channels. Like you said, the people don't watch the pickup videos as much, but that's kind of what I'm more into. I like to see the passion and learn about different sets and pickups and different things like that. So that's more so what I connect to and like to watch. But I definitely think that just the way that we've seen it, that there's still a big demand in the hobby, but the money, because of where the economy is at, is not quite at the same level as it was during the boom. So a lot of those flipper clickbaity channels, they just don't have the same resources to be pumping out the content or have the same kind of audience that's looking to do that kind of thing. So some of that is fatty, and some of those channels are still around kicking, but at a different level than they were when there was a lot more people throwing crazy money around in the hobby.
For sure. So from that perspective, then your viewing habits haven't really altered then. It's pretty much you're looking for the type of channel and the type of content that you were looking for before. It's just a matter of who's providing it, who's making videos, and that's kind of what you're observing. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I don't think it really changed too much with the times, as opposed to just like watching what the crazy prices people were paying for certain things. That would be interesting every once in a while, but it's more so just about like the people and what they're collecting and excited to pick up with the YouTube card videos for me. The other stuff, it just isn't typically something that I like to spend my time on.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Except
I think it's
Carlos.
interesting to see. Go ahead.
Other than the Carlos show, yes.
Well, this is complete idiocy.
We do have pickups.
This is,
then.
well, we listen.
Well,
we
that's the
do.
thing. Like this
Listen,
is just like a bunch of collectors hanging out talking about different stuff. Like it's not as opposed to click this news, this scandal, this that. You're just reacting and shooting the bull like I would with my friends on the phone. So
Eric is a constant scandal, but I understand what you're saying. Like Eric is pretty much scandalous. If that's what you're saying. Like that's a different issue entirely. But I get your general point. Your general gist, I think, is fair. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, this is a bunch of nonsense.
And I literally sell it as that.
Card nonsense.
I have very much sold it as that, and that's the best part.
It's complete and utter crap. Yep.
Justin said, Bobby, I think Justin's getting a little jealous. He's getting a little jealous that Dom is bringing more to the table than Justin did back in the day.
Did you have a beer in the background there, Dom?
I was gonna say, Dom, do you want to do shots or something? Like maybe that would help Justin out a little bit. You know?
Oh, based on the comment, I don't know if I'm trying to help right now.
Listen, Justin is a very jealous young man. So I don't know. Do you know the story of Justin?
I haven't caught an episode where he's on, but I've seen the back and forth react to the comments.
So Justin's kind of
100. That's when Justin came in.
So let's do a little backstory. Let's do a little backstory.
Oh God.
He won't want it.
Oh yes, come on. Eric. The problem is, listen, you're not contributing anything with your 15 cartons of Marlboros. So like, we got to work with what we got here, man. Like, we got to work with it. All right. So back in the olden days, back then, in like 2020, 2021, thereabouts, man, like 100 years ago. Oh my God, that was like forever ago. So anyway, so Justin, back then I used to do an open link. Which, by the way, for the record, for anyone who does a live stream, it's the dumbest shit you ever do. It's the dumbest. Don't ever do it.
But some of the best content came.
I agree. Because that's how I got stuck on this crap.
Yeah. No, you're still trash to this very day. So anyway, the point is that open links are trash. Dom, don't ever do open. Don't ever do open links. It's the path to horror. It's the path to heinousness. It's just like, and Eric alone, like, case in point. Like, it's that. So Justin used to come on all the time, and I enjoy having my odd beverage in my, because I'm Carlos mug, pen pending. But I also have to pilot this ship, so I understand how to enjoy my indulgences and also be able to participate in the chat and run it. Our good friend Justin, he contributes.
He starts out well.
He starts out so well, and then it all falls apart. And when it falls apart, I kind of do this thing. He disappears. And I enjoy doing that. Dom, I enjoyed doing that a lot. I did it a lot. I would set him up to the moment where it'd be gone. So I think it's kind of funny that he's now all of a sudden real jealous. Like, all of a sudden he's like, oh my God, I want to get on. I can't get on. I don't know what to tell you. Dom got the link and he came on, and here it is. It's sad times, Dom. It's sad times. It makes me sad.
Yeah, that definitely was brave of you to have the open link. I've seen some live streams that do that, and it's very mixed.
Such a terrible idea. It was such a terrible idea. At the time, to be fair, at the time I didn't have as many viewers. So that's right. At the time, I didn't have as many viewers, so it probably wasn't as dangerous as it might have been.
What are you talking about? It is extremely dangerous. You never should have done it, and I shouldn't be here.
Oh, God knows you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I think he's keeping you around, Eric, as like a living example of why he doesn't have an open chat. It's like you're just there for that reminder.
See, Dom, this is why I like you. Dom, this is why I like you. You figured it out. It is an example. It is like a case study. It's literally like this. Look at this. Dom, this is what people could become. Look at it. Look at it. Don't look at it directly. It'll blind you. But look at it like in the abstract, like on the side. Like, look at it. Think about it. This is also a factual statement.
I was a lot happier before I discovered
That's a lie. You worthless piece of trash. Don't lie.
All right. No, it's just as miserable. It doesn't.
It's about on par at best. Don't lie to people. Come on, shut up.
It's true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dom, I will not accept lies. I won't accept it. Just no.
Go back to what episode did I say earlier?
I don't know. God knows. It's like 100 episodes, a million episodes ago. I don't know.
Go back to that episode. Look how happy I used to be.
Yeah, you were less of a piece of trash back then. What do you want from me?
I didn't have gray hair in my beard and everything. I was just, I seemed a lot happier then.
And Zach is 100% right. I like Carlos Brandis, man of peace. He can't be called out. There's nothing called man of peace for. Also, valid point. So, Dom, the important thing is that I am a man of peace. I'm here to offer peace. This is all I do. I don't say mean things about people. I don't know what everybody's talking. I don't know what you're talking about. Man of peace. That's what I do. How's it moving? The hobby market sky high is 0506. Bobby, you've seen in your lifetime. Canada's economy was booming. The hockey market costs more. Canada's been fine. I'll mention it when Bobby comes back. Amanda says Carlos says merch. So I have officially. So Amanda, officially, I have 3 versions of the infamous Because I'm Carlos mug. 3 versions. 3 total. By the way, they're way more expensive than you'd think. Holy crap, they're expensive to make. The Stein, this shit's good. I've destroyed a tag slab with this Stein. I have destroyed one. Literally one with this slab, with this thing. I've got one. Carlos Sr. has one. There is one more in existence. In this world, there is one more Because I'm Carlos Stein that is still sitting in wrap.
Okay.
I haven't decided, Dom, what I'm going to do with the 3rd one. But the point, this is the OG. The one that I'm holding right now in this hand is the OG Because I'm Carlos mug. Carlos Sr. has version 2, the 2nd in existence. The 3rd in existence sits in a box in wrap right now as I speak. Think about that. The whole Dustin Bodie jealousy thing reminds me of WNBA players knocking Caitlin Clark for being popular. Dang. All right, we got comps. I like this Boboozle. Canadians are mean. Truth. The whole Canadians are nice thing is the thing we tell to gullible Americans.
I found that out the hard way.
Yeah. Eric is always like, oh, the Canadians are so nice. I can just talk. We will tear you to shreds, you worthless piece of shit.
Yes. Yes.
I'm a Canadian by the way, I'm a Canadian by citizenship only. I wasn't born here. I'm from Panama. We're assholes. Without shame. And I'm half Colombian, so like honestly. You honestly think you're gonna get compassion from me? Really? Say hello to my little friend. Moving on. It's precious time, man. Seriously, Dom. I know. The moment Eric had a giant tub of cheese puffs on the screen is the moment I knew he had hit rock bottom. It's all true. Amanda says 5K follower giveaway. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that'll get me to 5,000 fucking subscribers. Maybe that's it. All right, you assholes, subscribe to this shit, and maybe somebody gets the goddamn mug. Maybe.
Sounds more like a threat.
Eric, at the rate you're going, maybe somebody will be like, I want the mug, but I want you to whack Eric with it, and I will do it.
I don't even, right now, kill me. I want to die.
We can arrange that. This shit's heavy enough. We can make it happen. Don't even worry about it.
I want to die.
We've known that for years. Literally for years. Did I miss the Eric back update? I think his back isn't the problem anymore. It's everything else.
My back's killing me because I threw it out coughing.
No doubt. I love Panama. Van Halen, one of the best songs. Anyways.
That's true.
I get that all the time. I thought Minnesota Nice was overrated. There you go. I like it. I like it. You don't want the legend on the show. That is not even a coherent sentence, Justin.
I don't know who the legend
Bobby, it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good.
is. Justin the legend?
Well, he said don't won't. So I don't know. Is that like a double negative? I don't know what that is. Can anyone explain to me? I don't know. I got nothing.
He's the legend of the hops, is he not?
Something, man. Eric has a bunch of well-wishers wishing he was in a well. True.
Kick me while I'm down, Bob. Kick me while I'm down.
And he will.
That's
and he
almost
will.
a palindrome.
How are you still sick? I thought you were getting better. Listen, he never gets better. He's a different issue
Mind your
entirely.
business.
Hip,
Mind your
back,
business and
cold.
go cook some hot dogs for your kids and leave me alone.
He turned 50 and he broke down. I'm Benjamin Button. I'm 60 years old. I look 100.
Dom, can you believe this guy? Like, he's falling apart on us, man. It's pretty bad, man.
Yeah.
I literally have new parts. The old parts fell off.
I'm still rolling.
I gotta be honest,
To
man.
look forward to, maybe.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Anyways,
It's pretty rough. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get this thing back on track before we wind her down for the evening. Let's do that. All right. So we've talked about a couple different angles of it related to the hobby and related to the content and everything related to it as well. Now, I think things have quieted down quite a bit. Our fanatics overlords are making their moves, but they're making the moves pretty quietly here and there as we go along. I'll touch on kind of the vintage side of things because it's not going to be affected by it. Really, it's not impacted by it at all.
no. And that's one thing.
But I
like,
think
that they can't touch.
it is true. So let me ask this question. So Dom, I'll present this one to you. As representing the youths, you are the youths. Alas, you are the youths. It is what it is. You are the youths. The youths of the vintage hobby. Are you finding that some of your contemporaries are getting into it? Not so much. Where do things sit right now on the vintage side of things? From your perspective.
I think that right now I'm probably considered an outlier. It's probably going to be a good 5 to 10 years before people around my age really start being interested in vintage cards, I think. But I think there's a pretty good track record in the hobby of people when they're in their 30s or 40s getting back into the hobby and then going back in time to vintage and things that don't have a bunch of parallels or crazy print runs and history and a long-standing tradition and popularity to them. So I think that the hobby will be fine going forward. It's going to take a little while for the majority of people that are my peers, age-wise.
Now, this is an interesting question, an interesting comment. I understand where you're coming from on that because historically it's been true. Now, here's the question, though, because we have to remember that, and I never lose sight of this because, like I said, once upon a time I was the youths, but the problem is at the time that I was doing that, it was the early 2000s, it was late 90s, it was that time period. The internet was getting going, but it wasn't what it is now. We didn't have the online version of it the way we do now. A lot of those components didn't exist the way they do today. The problem is you also need exposure to the items. You can't be nostalgic for something you never had. You can't be nostalgic for something you never experienced. You can't be nostalgic for something you weren't exposed to. So that, like, you can't skip that step. That step is important. You have to be exposed to it for it to be nostalgia then 10, 15, 20 years down the road. If you never get that and your nostalgia is Pokemon, well, then it's not going to relate to baseball cards. It's going to relate to Pokemon.
Yeah, and your nostalgia goes back to 2015. Let's just say.
Yeah.
You can't back it up much further than that.
It's going to be a completely different beast than it's going to be a completely different beast than somebody. My first year collecting was 1990, but my first cards were from collector packs that they put together at the time, which meant mid to late 80s stuff. I was exposed to that early. The first packs that I opened were right around that range, early 90s stuff. It was all junk wax era stuff, but still, it was still in that range. It was still in that time period. That was where I cut my teeth, the early days. And then everything went from there. We proceeded from that point. The problem is I'm looking at a lot of the folks today and I'm sitting there like going like, when would you ever be exposed to any of that stuff? When would you even come across it? Because if you're looking at a lot of the modern stuff, and by the way, being as someone who collects modern stuff, I have no issue with it. But I've also been exposed to both. I've been exposed to the past, I've been exposed to the present, and I can see the future. So I don't mind. Whatever to me. But if you've only been exposed to the one thing, why would you go backwards? The idea, theoretically, is, oh, well, you can get accustomed to, you can be interested in the history of the game. That's the idea, history of the game. Well, the game has never been less popular for a lot of folks than it's ever been before because there's less people watching it closely as they once were. So where are these people coming from? You're a very specific subset, Dom. So that's why I'm kind of curious. I'm looking at it from your perspective, but I'm also kind of looking around you, looking around at your contemporaries. And I'm like, well, where would they be exposed to it if they're not that interested in it today? How are they going to be nostalgic for something they're not watching now?
I might have a little bit.
Yeah.
Of that
So,
answer. Sorry.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah. When we went through the pandemic and everything went up and all these other cards hit 40, 70, 80, $250,000, all the newer cards. A lot of those collectors also had the side collection of the mantles, the maze, all the other cards. So they had their newer cards, which they were talking shiny stuff, and then they had their base collection. So when it fell, the cards fell that were brand new, but the vintage stayed, if not went up. So people might come in seeing that, saying, hey, well, there's a great sort of investment, or they hold their value because they've survived the test of time. So going forward, maybe you don't have to be nostalgic if you're watching these videos and all these things that guys are pulling up, like the Yaz's and all the other things that you might be interested in at that time. They're going to say, hey, that's kind of neat. I wouldn't mind that card. Or I wouldn't mind going that way. Because there's nothing in today's world that really will go forward that you think that will make you lots of money. But the other things are stable, and I think they should be stable, especially in the major rookies going forward. They're always going to be worth something. It's not like they've made a billion of them, or there's no print run, but I mean, even still. So he does have that. They do have that on their side, that they don't need to be nostalgic, but the videos and the podcasts are really portraying that. And even looking back a few years, it showed that the new cards can go up and down radically, whereas the vintage stayed the same, if not went up. Go ahead.
No, I think you're spot on in terms of the value, because that's not necessarily at the forefront of my mind. That is at the forefront of a lot of different collectors and people that kind of look at the hobby from the outside. And the fact that the Mantle has the record for highest selling card, and he is the king of the vintage hobby, as much as I reluctantly say that as a Boston sports fan, that name is going to echo throughout the years. And not everyone's going to be able to afford mantles. Not everyone's going to want mantles. And that's where guys get into Carl Yastrzemski and Hank Aaron and Willie Mays and whatever player for whatever team that they're interested in, or their dad or their grandfather was a fan of or collected. And that's where I think the nostalgia and exposure comes in, is through family relationships, because baseball is so long standing that there's usually a connection somewhere in the family. And from what we just saw with the boom, there's a lot of young people that are in the hobby still from the boom that I think over time will do the natural adjustment and collect some vintage. And there's also the ones that were in the hobby for a little bit, lost their money on those new players, and are going to come back sometime down the road and say, look at these guys that bought the vintage and it's still selling for these prices, and it's way more than it was when I was looking at it. And those value driven, more casual people that get back in will have the exposure that way. But there's vintage at every single major card show and the majority of card shops. So the exposure to vintage cardboard, especially with the boom being so recent, people are even pulling them out at different tag sales and flea markets and things like that. That's where I got exposed to my first vintage cards, was at a flea market. So there's all those opportunities for younger people to get exposed to cards down the line as well.
You vanished it all by yourself, Bobby.
Oh, it just, hey, that's, I always get one through StreamYard, right?
You've actually been not too bad tonight, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's all right. That's fair. I think that's fair, Dom.
Good
I think
answer, Dom.
it is a consistent discussion point that we have all the time, because the idea is always, is there a next generation for it? What that's going to look like? What are they going to be into? How are they going to get into it? The perception, the idea is always, oh, but there's always been a next generation. Yes, but generations depending on, I guess, how long you think generations are. To me, generations are about 20 years.
Yep.
It's very difficult now. And I only look at that. So this is my advantage, I guess. I'm looking at it from the perspective of somebody. That's why I said that I enjoy very much your journey, because once upon a time, I was the young guy collecting vintage in the hobby. If I was starting today, I wouldn't. Not because there isn't interesting things there, not because there isn't history, but I was a history major in school. I can study history and not need to own anything. And if that's the case, then there's really no incentive for me to spend a dime on any artifacts. Don't need them, because there's other things that may interest me. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of somebody today, because I'm also a technology guy. I'm a guy who enjoys technology and has always enjoyed technology. So if I'm doing that today, I'm playing video games and doing all these other things that are possibly more like baseball cards are what they are. I'm a baseball card, hockey card, whatever guy. But the thing is, they're static objects. There are so many dynamic things available to you that are entertaining, that are interesting, or that may be nostalgic. So I might be more inclined to be nostalgic for whatever the iteration of Mario was in the 2000s or the 2010s versus a baseball card. I started in 1990. I opened packs of 91, 90, 1990, 89, thereabouts. So I've been in that game a long time. I've opened packs in decade after decade. So I'm in it. It's not the best use of money all the time. It just isn't. There are other things that you could be spending your time and money on. So I have to be realistic about this and go like, okay, so if you weren't that engaged in it before, if you did not participate in that portion of the hobby before, what on earth brings you back? Mickey Mantle was awesome. He's a great historical figure. There's a lot of interesting things about his story. There's a lot of interesting things about his story. I'm using one example, but there's a lot of examples. But does that mean that I need to own a card of Mickey Mantle? Not necessarily. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of the person who's like, yeah, the story is interesting. Does that mean I need to own a card? Not really. Doesn't mean you can't.
Yeah, but if Fanatics does things right going forward, they can look into getting the fans involved. And you know, fans are going to always be there regardless. They haven't attacked the fans yet. And I think that's where they really need to go to rein in, you know, maybe people collecting new cards, and then they'll discover the videos, and then maybe see, you know, Dom will be on his own show and talking vintage, and then that'll spur something else. It won't be radical, but it will be progressive, I think, going forward. Just saying.
Could be. We'll have to see.
It's all a guessing game anyways. We don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, no, it's a pure guess. Bob Jackson says, Carlos, did you ever own the clamshells with red paper insert and there were 4 sections backs? I have no idea what you're referring to. I assume it's a very specific type of packaging, but I don't know what you're referring to. I've seen stuff like that, but I don't know the specific one.
Is he talking about a rack pack?
Well, it says clamshells with a red paper insert and 4 sections of packs. So this would be like a collector's set or something like that. That's what it sounds like to me. I saw a lot of those in the 90s. So I don't know. I haven't seen that specific one though. 1990 was near the end of an era where hockey players were accessible to fans after games. Brendan Ryan here says apparently they printed 250 million cards with top space with 74. Yes. Yes. When did the junk wax era begin again? So it all is relative. It depends on what you think junk wax is. Look, there are folks of the certain vintage who think 74 was the first year they went away. I think it was 73 or 74. That was the first year they went from series.
74.
Went away from series. That changed the game. And 1973 and 74, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the year 2024 of our Lord. That is 50 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Series. Away from series. That changed things. It was a different format of the hobby.
Not for hockey, though, so much.
Sure. Yeah.
There was a couple series, but
cards,
not like
baseball cards, though. They're printed 250
series.
million in 74. They're 73, 74. Things start ramping up. And then obviously the 80s is where it went into billions. So I guess it's all relative. 250 million cards in 1974 is a lot of cards. But billions in the 1980s is a lot of cards.
Well,
so I guess it depends on your definition.
Yeah. So basketball less, obviously. Hockey less. Baseball the most. Football second.
I like this comment because it basically justifies why I didn't bring Justin on. I don't know what this has to do with anything. I'm actually not sure what this was referring to. It says, if you know history, you know you need the USA. We have your back. Listen, first of all, the last sentence, I will continue to be an asshole. The rest of it, I have no idea what you're referring to.
That's a compliment.
I would say,
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, like it's kind of my brand, sir. It's what I do. 380K copies of card. Napkin Master is one of the early sets of the lead inserts has more than cost per. There were a lot of cards, man. Late 90s repack product, usually sold at Kmart, Walmart. Okay, I didn't see that one.
But understand, we jump back to 74. There is no top loaders. There is no binders, so to speak. There's card lockers. A lot were destroyed. A lot were, all out of those millions that you talk about. What's the survival rate compared to 10 years after, post 1984? Survival rate increases dramatically because we do have those things. And kids aren't throwing them against walls and doing all those bad things. So we move up in, from scarcity to more end condition sensitive and being better as we kind of move up the ladder and the quality.
That is true.
Of printing in the 90s as well. So
that is true. Quick question, Dom. This is actually a pertinent question that comes up a lot in vintage circles. Where do you consider the cutoff for vintage? Where is the cutoff for vintage today for you?
For me, it's always been 1980 and back, when Topps lost the exclusive licensing and they started changing the card stock. That's really the cutoff for me. But I understand the people that say 73. I understand the people that say 69 and back. Like there's a bunch of different segments there.
Well, hockey changes.
The 73 and back and the 69 and back, there's a technical term. They are wrong. The wrong is the term technically, technical term. Look, I get the premise. But the change from one manufacturer to three is so significant that to me that is the cutoff. I've always been like right around there because in 81 you introduce a couple of manufacturers. So that's really important. I think that's a really critical change. Was that?
That don't even make them.
Yeah. But it's a big change. It's a massive change. It changed a lot of things going forward. And I think that's absolutely critical because it changed the whole dynamic. Because up until that point, tops are tops. You can have whatever you want as long as it's tops. Those are your options. So I think that's a big difference. And the card stock changing, I think that was critical as well. And that came going forward after that. Matt, so here, Eric doing the whole show and barely talking is fascinating. He's like the mascot, the Bulldog at the college football game. Facts. Captures were something like 24 packs for 1999. Top few packs were decent. Rest for 90s junk. Interesting. I actually wouldn't mind opening some of them. That would have been kind of interesting. Not gonna lie.
In hockey, no other company came in until after 1989, 90. So the vintage kind of changes from hockey to baseball to football. Football and baseball are pretty much the same. Basketball it's a weird one.
Basketball is weird.
10 years and then exactly. It was kind of weird.
That is true. Consider 1980 the cutoff for Bob Boozle, and Brendan Ryan says most people I know say 75 in Pryor's vintage. It's an interesting cutoff. There's nothing specific about 75. Yeah. That's why it's kind of an interesting one.
What's the first year after the series?
So 73 was the last one that I think had all series. Yeah. 74 was the first one that was one series.
You can't say in 1970. I think it's when it gets past 50% or more of the people that are buying wax with bubble gum at corner stores compared to box sets or what have you from that point in time. So that's when the dealers take over from the retail market. I think that's where we kind of have that dividing line. It actually should be there because the majority of the sales wins, right? So if we can put a timeline in there, I think that's where it kind of would be. And I would say that, 89, 90 is kind of basically there. It was still going on 88, 87. They're doing, factory cases even prior to that, but they weren't kind of naming them. They were doing them in the 70s and selling wholesale down through the States. So a lot of things went on, but there's a lot of technicalities. But whatever vintage to you is vintage to you. I'd say 90s kind of a cutoff time anyways. That's when everything went wacko crazy.
Well, I think what's funny is that as we go forward, so I wanted to, the reason why I asked that question earlier is because it's always been interesting to see what different people consider to be the cutoff. Because as time goes on, and this is a consequence of time. I mentioned earlier the fun part of having Dom here as a perspective is somebody in their 20s collecting vintage and doing all that. But as somebody who collected vintage when they were young, at the time it was one thing, and then as time goes on, it changes. But now, being in my 40s, the reality is time keeps marching on, and the numbers keep. It's weird because the numbers don't actually change. We've got this weird cutoff, and as you keep going. For me, 80, 79-ish, right in that time frame is the cutoff for vintage. The problem is now that is now before I was born. And it was always there, but it was like now as more time goes by, well, now 1980 is 44 years in the past, going to 45 years in the past. Before you know it, it'll be 50 years in the past. And the problem is you keep getting more and more distance. So what do you call the time right after that? What's 1982? What's 1984? And then as you keep going forward, what is that?
Well, if you have hockey, you have 85, you have Lemieux. You know, it wasn't like everybody had a Lemieux. You know, they got him actually after the fact. Because even when I was opening packs, there was no rookies. You didn't care about the new guy because he was just a new guy. There was no future investment. There was no future profit in it. It was collecting. So going forward and doing that, we have Lemieux. Like, why are those boxes still worthwhile? They're in the hype, they were worth 30K. Now they're down to about 13K, 11K. So why are they still going for that kind of money? If it was the boom, all those boxes should be somewhere. Should be cases put away. They're not. Neither's 86.
Go ahead, Dom.
So that's using hockey, but baseball is a different animal.
It's cool. I can't take credit for this, but I feel like
take credit for it, please.
Sammy Thunder. Yeah, my good friend Sammy Thunder has labeled the era after 1980 the retro era because junk wax has kind of a negative connotation to it. And I like retro for the 81 to 92. And I think now we're just in retro.
Bobby, I am retro. Yeah. This is amazing.
Cool.
I think that's a cool term for it. And then the parallel era is what we're in right now. Like as soon as they started making refractors and Topps Golds in 93 to what we're going through now with taco fractors and Japanese cherry blossoms and all the different crazy things they're doing. We're just in a parallel era since the early 90s.
Well, here's the thing. I say it kind of facetiously. I say it kind of for fun and everything. Look, I don't mind being the retro. I don't mind being retro. I enjoy I kind of enjoy being retro. But the problem is, and this has been a problem that the sports card hobby has had, is that even if we went with something like that, okay, that's fine. Like, I don't care. Call it whatever you want. See, and Bobby disappeared. Call it whatever you want. But the problem is, okay, so let's go with the refractor thing. I don't think that's a terrible idea. I don't mind it. But the problem is that's now 30 years ago. And rapidly, like the problem is the gap keeps getting wider and wider and wider and wider. And we're running out of ideas on how to, like, what kind of cutoff do you want to do? Like, what are we doing here? Because the refractors are more than 30 years old. If we go with 93, that's 31 years ago. Dom, that is still longer than you've been alive. like it becomes problematic after a while where we keep cutting up with all these cutoffs. And once we're past about 10, 15, 20 years, it becomes complicated because normally an era, a generation has been about 20 years. Once we've passed that comfortably and then some, what the hell are we supposed to do here?
It's tough, but the thing is, the people that are going to make that cutoff and decision are just people that are somewhere higher up in the hobby right now. They're just these delineations are going to come down over time, and there's going to be terms for them. But I don't know where those cutoffs are going to be. Some like basic ones that come off the top of my head is when the Topps got the exclusive licensing, I think in 2008 or 9, from Upper Deck and stuff. They had the exclusive licensing for a window. So I think that'll be a cutoff for some people, and they'll call that like the Topps exclusive era or something like that. There might be a Fanatics era that they label with the Fanatics acquisition. But whatever you want to call it, there will be cutoffs for those points in time. But I'm not like too cut off in it, because back to what we agreed on, it's the card stock for me that makes it vintage, like truly vintage, with that old card stock. So the stuff that's printed now, it can have a ton of different terms and eras and whatever people want to call on. I like retro more than junk wax, but it doesn't have to be that necessarily. I think that they'll find their kind of bucket that everyone drops them in eventually. But the vintage is not just about the print run, but it's about the card stock, the physical cardboard, and the unperfect process that was happening back then is what makes it vintage, even though the age aspect of vintage is also implied.
Sure. No, I think that's a fair comment, and I appreciate that. So, like, look, I'm gonna say exactly. I'm gonna say half of it seriously and half of it not.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can figure out which half is which. Okay, so here's what we're gonna play with. So my first thought is I think it's a fair thought process on it. But my first thought is the hobby isn't very good at coming up with consensus, coming up with agreed upon anything ever. Did I mention ever? Just ever. Since the dawn of time. We never agree on shit. We just don't. But the second problem is, and I think it's, like I said, your points are all reasonable. I thought they were reasonable. But my problem is the second part as well. And the second part is, so as you try to go through all those different eras, you try to figure out how you want to break them down, you try to figure out what you're trying to do with. People can't even agree on what those cutoffs are supposed to be, how we're supposed to think about them, how we're supposed to space them out. And this kind of goes to Zach's comment here. I don't think about comics, but they have different names for each era, which they do. Why has no one had that for sports cards? Because we can't agree on crap. We flat out just refuse to even come to a remote consensus on even what should be the most obvious things, because everybody kind of tries to come up with their own version of this. Now, again, I go back to you figure out which half of it I'm being serious and which half of it I'm being not, but the other half there may be an element of truth to both. Just throwing it out there. Look, the junk wax era thing, Dom, they're pansies. Okay, look, I grew up in the teeth of the junk wax era. I don't mind calling it junk wax. I don't give a shit. I don't mind 1990 tops. I don't mind 1991 tops. I don't mind 1991 Fleer. Ugly white border garbage that it is. Okay? If you want to call it the junk wax era, it's the junk wax era. Okay? It's fine. It's okay. Stop being wusses. Who cares? Oh, but don't call it the junk. Shut up. It's the junk wax era. Okay? They made a lot of it to the point that it's kindling. For the most part, it's kindling. Look, I have more 1991 Donruss Eddie Murrays than any human being has any goddamn right to have. And I pulled them from packs. No one needs that many. No one. Except Eric. Eric might need that many. But no one else needs that many. No one. It's okay. It's fine. I literally cut my teeth in that era. You want to call it the junk wax era? I'm cool with it, man. It doesn't bother me in the least. Why, Dom, are we getting a pushback against the junk wax? Oh, don't call it the junk wax. Shut up. It's the junk wax era, man. It's fine.
Does it even really matter?
It really doesn't. It's all semantics. I just said that I like the retro thing that my buddy Sammy was the first one I heard say that.
I have no issue with it, but I'm saying as a junk wax era kid who grew up in that era, it's fine. It's okay. It's all right.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's been called since I started collecting.
No one died, Dom. It's fine. It's okay. Dude, I have still boxes somewhere in this closet of 1991 Donruss. It's junk wax. It's junk. It's garbage. It's trash. I'm sending it to Eric. It's garbage.
See, retro to me has that connotation of we're doing something now and we're bringing back that old design or the old, so they're retroizing it. That's what I get feeling from retro. So I don't see that there. When they do a set from 1930s, they'll redo the Goody, whatever you want to call it. They redo the design for the newer cards, or they had they done in the 90s or 2000s. I forget which one. They did it almost every set. It was kind of crazy. So, but doesn't matter if we call vintage. I just say I collect anything pre 1990, and that's the way I leave it. It's an easier way to say it than you try to determine what he means by vintage. Like, I'm pre 90. Anything, we're good.
That's what I do.
Simple.
Fair.
But you buy newer cards too.
I do buy newer cards of older players. So
okay.
Yeah. I mean, and
That's
I think
retro.
there is a difference. I don't go, I don't try to
That's
get
retro.
the newest rookie. I don't buy a Bedard. I don't have any Ovechkin. I don't even have Bergerons. All right. I don't, but I might get a card of Phil Esposito that came out this year. So, that's what I do. I collect vintage players, even if they're on modern cards at times. Because how else am I going to get a jersey card or an autograph card?
Yeah, well, I always say they never collect a card past the player's playing years. Otherwise, you're just
Those are the best ones.
They're just going to keep making it and making it and making it, and it just never stops. The guys who did Gretzky and Orr through those time periods, I was sitting there going, "Oh my God, $600 for that card, $800 for that card, $1,500," and God forbid they put 2 or 3 different stars in one of those cards. It's like, wow, $2,500. It's like, buy a rookie, man. Just get the Gretzky rookie.
Buy a rookie, man.
Please.
What an answer. I like that. All right, so Garrett here says, Carlos, question at the Expo, was there some vintage signed hockey cards at the tables? Definitely. You know how I like to collect? Yes, I do. Mike told me there were a couple of tables of signed vintage cards, but he only walked half the show. No, there definitely were.
There was a lot.
I wasn't specifically targeting or looking for that, but there definitely were. There was an element of that. But also, so 2 things. Number one, yes, there were, for sure. Second, there were also folks that had vintage cards signed.
Which vintage? Sorry.
Something like 69, 70 O-Pee-Chee and Tops and stuff like
vintage.
that. Dorks. Can you believe? Listen, can you imagine? There would be some losers, some complete dorks, geeks, who would actually waste their time collecting such trash, gutter trash, and actually solicit individuals, kind, saintly individuals, who lost their sleeves in the process. Much like Dom doesn't have sleeves, poor Yannick lost his sleeves. He started off the weekend with sleeves, but by the time it was done, I saw this sleeveless bastard, poor son of a bitch, who was dealing with this trash because he was getting 6970 O-Pee-Chee and Top signed cards for some asshole from Massachusetts.
Uh-huh.
I'm not looking at anyone.
The sleeve thing got me.
The man had sleeves when the week started. By the time it was done, he was like Dom's shirt. No sleeves. He gave up his sleeves. He sacrificed his sleeves for you.
Oh, God. That was funny.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Nonsense. See, Dom, there are some people out there who talk about long live streams and everything. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I bring the energy to talk about lamenting the sleevelessness that our poor friend had because of this asshole.
Mm.
And that's why I do what I do. In hour 4, I can still bring it. I just suddenly flip the switch and boom, now it's time.
Boom, boom.
Now's the time.
No sleeves.
All right.
Yeah, it's like
so
you've been doing this
winding down
180 plus weeks.
Listen, man, this is what I do. All right. So I'm going to zip through a couple ones and wind her down here in a second. But I wanted to make sure I covered that. So thank you, Garrett. I wanted to make sure I touched on that. So yes, there definitely are, but there are also people who get some of the cards signed after the fact because there are a lot of signers at the show. So that's an element of it as well. So yes, there definitely are, but there are also folks that manufacture their own signed vintage cards because people signed at the show. So both things are true. So real quick, I like that Justin is like talking with himself, Eric. This is what makes me happy. Carlos, you make it so we don't agree on crap. You make everything a spectacle. Yes, I do. Thank you for noticing. I almost feel bad for Eric. Don't. Carlos, my PA lost his leg in the John Wax era. How dare you? I understand. I know. It was a tough time for us all. Dom, you were so lucky you avoided this era. It was war. It was fighting. We were throwing 1990 Fleer box sets at each other. People died.
People fought. People were fighting over the Pro Set.
It was horrible. It was horrific.
We had to get a Sergei Fedorov rookie cards out of Pro Set.
We were lucky to have survived, Dom. We're the ones who lived. We're the ones who lived through that horrible era.
It was an ugly time.
We have flashbacks like Nam It's bad, man. It's bad. It's all bad.
Boxes
Zach
and
says,
boxes and boxes of Pro Set.
But Zach says, hey, Bobby, we're debating cardboard. Let's not peel back layers of any that matters. Unfortunately, Bobby has had a lot of connection issues, so he's out for the night. Eric sounds like he's going to tell us about diabetes. Yes. He's going to cheat on mayo with oatmeal. Yes. All right. Thanks for the info. Now that I'm tired, I want to head up north for the next expo. You should come on down to the expo. Say hello. Justin is a spectacle. Truth. You're the manager at Costco where you can get the pallets of Pro Set before someone else said facts. All right. That's it. We're done. Eric's already 18 cartons of Marlboros in. The end is nigh.
I'm dying. I got a pounding.
He's dying.
All the coughing.
He's dying.
I just want to die.
He's dying. He's dying. Hit the like button for Eric's dying. Or if you want him to live, one way or the other. Like, it doesn't really matter. It makes no difference. It doesn't change anything. Like, one way or the other, go with it. Dom, a pleasure. Thank you for joining us and hanging out, and I appreciate it.
Absolutely. This was fun. I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. You are more than welcome to chime in, join in from time to time as you wish. It's one of those things where sometimes it's a night just to have a fun conversation and chat. Dom, your last chance. We've got some people still watching. All right. Plug your stuff. Do it.
Yeah, if you want my card content, you can go subscribe to me over at Statement Sports Cards. Like I said, post-war vintage baseball and the obscure oddball stuff that's not Topps and Bowman is what I mainly collect. And then, yeah, go check out the Crack and Cooperstown podcast with me and Jake if you're a Hall of Fame nut for baseball like we are.
Fantastic. Well done. Well done by you. Now, I think you also have a solo podcast as well that you do for baseball as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not hobby related, but I do have a baseball podcast that I do as well weekly called the Solo Shot Sports Podcast that has its own dedicated YouTube channel, and that's on Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well. For those of you that tune in here and actually follow today's game, I definitely would appreciate you guys checking that out as well.
Fabulous. Thank you, Dom. Stick around, take a breath, and we'll come off. But everybody, have yourself a great day. Have yourself a great weekend. It is now Saturday on the East Coast. West Coast, folks, you still got name. You still got time. So make the most out of your Friday. Good luck to you. We'll talk later. We'll plot against Eric. We'll all plot against Eric. He's on the verge of death, so we can probably finish him off. So we can all figure this out. We'll figure this out together. Don't worry about it.
And make sure you all get tested for the diabetes.
Hey, you probably should. Yeah. The rate you're going, yeah, probably you should. The important thing is we've gone through 186 of this goddamn garbage, trash, whatever this nonsense is. But it is episodic. So now Dom has showed up. So if he ever comes back again, we'll be able to reference back upon this. It is episodic. So we'll be able to go forward with it. So everybody have yourself a good weekend. Enjoy the rest of it. We'll catch you in the next one.